Hi. I'm coming in here in the middle of the new break scheme, just to start off stream, so that when everyone gets back from the break in a minute, we'll be ready to go. Well, welcome in, everybody. If you are currently not seeing the ads, then it doesn't affect you anyway. But if you just wanted to know, I basically restructured the way that the ads will work now, where I basically changed the pattern so that the breaks are, you know, slightly longer when we do have them, but we basically just combined the 2 breaks in an hour into one. So we now do one 3-minute break on an hour, and that'll be it. So we'll have less frequent stoppages. So there you go. I just thought I'd mention that just in case. So if anyone's getting caught by any longer breaks and is wondering what's happened, you won't get caught by as many, but there'll be longer ones when they do happen now, okay? Just thought I'd change it up. I've changed a few things up. I messed with a few wordings on commands and things. Sort of as part of a bigger restructuring and things of the channel. So we're also in the second lab today. A lot of people haven't seen this one before. I know a lot of the art on the wall is deliberately in scuffed places, and that's kind of the point. It's the scuffed art lab rather than the regular lab. So I'm fully aware that a lot of it doesn't actually line up with the wall or the edges of the cabinets and, you know, things like that that's on. It is deliberately like that, don't worry. Because I know on the face of it, it just looks like I haven't done it properly. But, yeah. There you go. So it's, this is the art lab. All of the pieces of art here are pieces of art that have been done by or commissioned by people in the community. So we got loads. On the far left, where on the windowsill, you've got one done by Plumfina. Top middle, on the left of the two, the purpley background one. It's kind of hard to see because it's not that zoomed in. It's done by Safi. We haven't seen Safi for a while, actually. I don't think they spent much time on Twitch anymore. On the right of those two, with the two people in the back with me on the right, that was done by Elise, who also done a bunch of my emotes and my PNG, which is the same one where she's done the female version of Nox as well in the top right. That's also done by her. Bottom middle, right next to where my PNG is, was done by Art Womble, the Welshman. That was a commission from someone. And then on the far right, we have up top the cow and the frog from when I used to play a game called Super Animal Royale, which was really fun. That one was a little doodle done by Elise as well. And then underneath, the leaf pile one, which is kind of hard to see, was done by Anna, which is Emolgana on Twitter. So Emolga like the Pokemon. And then just their name at the end. So I should probably have a credits command somewhere where you can put credits for all of the pieces of art for stream. I should probably do that. But yeah, so we're in the alternate art lab today. The dinosaur out the window is done by Undo as well. So yeah. But the art lab today. It's unusual we break this one out, but here it is. And yeah, officially welcome in everybody. Welcome to the lab and welcome back to stream. I'll read that message in chat now as well. I just wanted to get through that before I forgot to mention anything, because it's always good to, you know, acknowledge the artists and things that have done stuff for you. Wondered for a while why this particular background is a thing. I would always be thinking in the back of my head, why is he stood in the middle of a kitchen? I only just realized it's supposed to be a lab. So there are reasons for it. I mean, as you know, my name, obviously my username is Noxious, which is kind of lab adjacent, I suppose, isn't it? But no, yeah, so it comes from the fact that I have a science degree and I used to work in a lab. So when I came up with the idea of our Just Chatting screen, I did it about 10 minutes before my birthday stream, where I first streamed on PC for the first time, because I used to stream on Xbox because, you know, I didn't have a computer. And then when I eventually ended up getting a computer, I was sitting there thinking, well, if I'm going to be sat doing Just Chatting at points during my 12-hour birthday stream, I'm going to need a screen. And I was like, fuck it, I don't know. I was like, what if I put a lab in the background? That'd be cool. So I just grabbed the stock image of a lab and I just set it as the background. And then eventually the Just Chatting banner in the top came up. And we made that as well. I think it was Mr. Mac who suggested that, the Flying Scotsman. And it was a great idea, and we went with it, and it turned out to be a really cool little thing. And yeah, so it was just a random idea where I thought, fuck it, we'll just make a Just Chatting screen, and it's kind of stuck, and it fits the theme of you know, me previously being involved in chemistry and having a, you know, science degree and stuff like that, and it kind of fit really well. And we thought, well, we'll just keep it as a background, and it's almost too perfect to get rid of. And this version of it is a complete like it's basically a redrawing of it, as you can see. So the normal lab, I'll flash it up on screen real quick. This is the normal lab, remember? This is the normal one, and then this is the other, the drawn version of it, basically, right? So all the stuff like the scaling and stuff slightly different, but you got the two of them where you got the original stock image with the Just Chatting, and then this was done by Mr. Mac again, I think. I just added the pictures in afterwards and made them all in scuffed positions. So it's basically just a redrawing of the original lab, just minus some of the stuff like all the bottles, because it'd be a bit annoying to recreate. But yeah, so that's kind of the origin story of the lab, really. It came from me being involved in science when I was yeah, a few years ago when I was a student, and then when I got the job at the lab, because I used to work in an aerospace lab doing chemistry. So there you go. That's the origins of it. Keyword there is used to. We talked about that the other day. I left that place in 2022 because of some I just wasn't doing that well, so I decided I needed to take some time away, and I didn't want to fuck them around by, you know, making them think that I might be back anytime soon, because I wasn't in a great place. So I spoke to them, and we had some good conversations, and I decided it was probably best if I just went my separate way for now. And yeah, ever since then I've just been streaming, and trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. Hey, Bruised, welcome in. Very nice. It's good, isn't it? The art, as I say, the art is deliberately scuffed, because if you didn't know that, you'd see it and you'd go, oh, he's just not done it properly, hasn't he? He's just put it all in stupid positions. It doesn't work. But it's deliberately like that, I promise, all right? I know people won't believe me. Is there anything I need to do quickly on... Let me just double check the dragon profile, because I should have actually deleted it already. I just need to make sure that we haven't, got any shinies or anything. So you're probably wondering what we're doing today, because whether you were here or not, I'm not sure who was and who wasn't at the end of the day. We finished the monotypes. They're done. We finished Mono Dragon on Thursday. So it's over. The challenge is done. So today what we're going to be doing is what I've called the Hall of Fame. So the Pokemon that we used in each run in the final 6, we've decided to create the ultimate teams. However, they've been created using a random wheel spinner in the nod towards the challenge itself. So, one Pokemon of each type has been randomly selected based upon what we had available to us to represent their typing in the final runs. So as there were 6 people in each team, we've decided we're going to do 6, where everybody who featured in the final bit is going to get one last run, basically, as a celebration of, you know, what happened during the year that we've just done, the finale of Scarlet and Violet. So today we're going to be starting with team number 1, and I will read out our roster in just a minute, so you will all get to know who we have. These are all randomly generated via wheel spin. In the event that a Pokemon was unavailable because it had already been used in a previous team, we would just basically pick something else in that typing that wasn't used, and would then attempt to stick them in place. In some cases, it means, like, with fire, you end up having, like, Flareon and someone else in there who we never even used, but it's just because there wasn't any other fire types. So there's a few situations where there are Pokemon that weren't even really involved in any of the runs that kind of had to get picked. So let me get the game up, and then we're going to change screens. You'll see that I didn't put the two together sooner. I mean, I don't know. I don't actively talk about the lab stuff all that often, though, do I? You know? I talk about it every now and then, but I don't talk about it super frequently, so I guess it's kind of... If you don't know, you don't know, you know? We're just going to name them after me this time. We're just going to go... We're going to go Nox. That's what we're going to go with. We'll do that. Because this is a... this is the middle run. We're going to be doing... like, everyone, really. Every Pokemon that we've had available to us is potentially on offer here. So again, I'll go in a minute. Actually, one of the starters appears in this one as well, as the ghost representative. So we actually have an option here of one of the starters early on, which is nice. I guess we'll just go with default kind of brown, I guess. I don't know. I'll believe you. Hey, I'm glad. I'm glad that you believe me. My audio feels kind of funky. I don't know why. Feels like echoey almost. I don't know what that's about. Me for the silent lurk. Go blue eyes. Not quite as light as the eyes that I have. My eyes are kind of like greeny blue. If anyone's ever wondering. I say that because I think there's only 5 people that I know of on Twitch that have seen my face. So I'm very much the mysterious character. I'm pretty sure it's 5, yeah. 5 people I can think of that have seen my face. So, yeah. Also, exciting update. Thank you, War, for the hydrate there. I'll have a sip. Exciting update for any Pokemon people. I've been mentioning this for a few weeks, and I'm pretty sure now when I've mentioned it, I actually got the wrong name. Pokemon TCG Stellar Crown. The new set that comes out on the 13th of September this year. So it comes out in just under a month. Luckily, due to us doing pretty well on the sponsored stream stuff that we did a couple of weeks ago, I was luckily able to make a pre-order for a booster box. So we are going to be opening on the probably on the 15th, I'm guessing it'll be, because that'll be 2 days after the release, because Pokemon always seems to release a new set on a Friday. So it'll be on the Sunday. We are going to be breaking out ye olde hand cam once again, so you'll get to see my my weird bent fingers. And we're going to open some Pokemon TCG packs again. We're going to open an ETB, an Elite Trainer box with 9 packs in and a bunch of other cool stuff. You've seen them before if you've been here for one of those. Sleeves, there's all kinds of cool stuff in those. And we're going to open a whole booster box as well. We're going to try and get some fire, so I'm very excited. It should be a good time. And that's going to be in about a month, so I think it's 4 weeks roughly to the day if all the shipping times and stuff go properly. So yeah, pretty cool. So we should have that ready for in a few weeks' time. So if you've never been to one of the TCG streams before, or you're just curious, they're always a really good time. There's something about them. They're very nostalgic. It feels a bit like Christmas when we get to do it, you know, or something like that, because there's like this excitement of opening all these packs to try and find something good, you know. And it's always a fun time. Maybe I think my volume is too loud. That might be what's tripping me out. But it's always a really fun time. And last time when we did it, we opened the previous set that came out. Twilight Masquerade was the name of it. Based around the first DLC with Ogerpon and those guys in. And we ended up pulling the card we wanted, which was the Applin, the Fruit Boy, as the very last card in the very last pack of the night. We'd given up hope of getting one because we'd gone through the booster box that we had, and a booster box tends to have about 12 like rare, like ultra rare or better cards in, right? You're pretty much guaranteed to have about 12. Sometimes you'll get 11, but it's kind of rare, but 12 and up. Between 12 and say 14 is like the average. And at that box, we got 15 hits, I think, out of the box. 15 ultra rare or betters. And the final one was the Applin we were looking for. And it was such a glorious moment. It was amazing. There's something about those streams. They're just magical. Kind of sounds dumb saying it, but there's just a bit of magic in those TCG streams. You know? There's a bit of magic there, and it's hard to replicate the feeling that you get with those. But today, though, we're starting off with the victory lap, if you will, for Scarlet and Violet. So let me run through what we have available to us quickly, because everyone's going to be wondering, what Pokemon do we have available in this run? So this was done in order of when we did the runs. So each one of them will be in order based on when we did them, starting with Flying as number 1, and Dragon is number 18. So in team number 1, these are the Pokemon. From Flying, we have Dragonite, who of course was in Dragon as well, but so he got subbed out at the end. But we have Dragonite. From Fairy, we have Wigglytuff, which is a very early game mon we can get, which is good. From the normal type, we ended up getting Pyroar, the lion. We have a shiny version of one of those, which we aren't going to use, but because it's already in a different game now. But Pyroar, good shout. The first of the legends has appeared as well for Steel, Fortress. The one of the goats of Mono Steel had a bunch of goats in, but Fortress was a hell of a meme. So I'm looking forward to that one again. So we got Fortress coming back to represent the Steel type. For Ghost, we have our first starter of the day, which is going to be Skeledirge coming back again. In this case, we won't do like the specific rules about, well, we can't use him until he evolves. We'll just play the game through. It's not quite as much of a challenge, this one. It's more of just a celebration-y run, so we're not too worried about like stuff like that. We'll play the Pokemon even if they don't technically count as that type yet, but it's the line that matters, really. Fan favorite coming in for the ground type, we have Quagsire. Not Clodsire, we have Quagsire, so we've got to go and get him later on by catching a Pooper the Wooper, so we need one of those. From the rock type, we have the Legend of Clorf coming back. Another fan favorite there from some of our previous runs, so we do like Clorf. So that's our second of the legends, really. From Poison, which is getting close to the middle now, we have Toxicroak. Electric, we have Luxray, who was a substitute, because Magnezone got picked twice. Because he was already in Steel, so we couldn't use him for Electric as well. From Bug, one of the first powerhouses, Volcarona. So we already know what's going to happen there, don't we? From Psychic, we have Espathra. From Grass, we have Breloom, the mushroom. From Fighting, we have another substitute at the time, which is Howlucha, which did end up getting used very briefly in Flying, but didn't really ever get a chance to do anything. From the Dark type, we have Weavile. That'll be a late game one. From Water, we have Dreadnought. From Ice, we have Beartic. From Fire, we have Arcanine. And from Dragon, it's the return of the special defensive wall itself, Goodra. So that's our roster of Pokemon to pick from for our first run. It's going to be interesting. It's a very mixed bag. Fork said this the other day because I posted the screenshot of the roles of the teams on Discord. 4 and 5 are particularly strong. We'll have to wait a little for those ones to come up, a couple of weeks, but I'm telling you now, 4 and 5, there is an absolute treat in those ones, because some of those teams are not only loaded with legends, like Fruit Boy and people like that, but some of them have some disgusting combinations. I mean, we've got some real gnarly Pokemon. We've got a Glamora Toxapex combo at some point in one of them. You know, a Moongus is going to be making its reappearance again with some strong stuff. There's some strong teams out there. I think Garchomp Tyranitar is another combo that's going to be disgustingly powerful. So, like, there's some real interesting teams in here. Some of the early ones like this, not necessarily the strongest on paper, but you've got to keep in mind, one Pokemon can change an entire run, like Volcarona. So, we saw what Volcarona and Cloyster did. I think Cloyster comes in run 3. So, Cloyster will be featuring at some point, only once though, of course. And it means that there's no big boosters with each other. So there's no Cloyster and Volcarona together. Which is good, because they'd make each other obsolete, to be honest. But, yeah, the gloves are off, really, for this one. It's pretty much any strats are unbanned, whatever we want to do. Because, it's, as I say, it's a celebration of what we did. This is a celebration of the runs we did. We spent a year going through, doing 18 Monotype runs. And I think, yeah, we just want to take the opportunity to enjoy it. Enjoy looking back, enjoy what was, and to, you know, play through some interesting runs before we get into a couple of the meme runs that we had planned later on, like the Tauros only one and things like that. But it's an opportunity to just reflect on what we did. We spent a year beating Pokemon 18 different times with single-type teams. And that's an impressive feat. A lot of commitment in there. Some really hard ones at times. And, you know, some of those legends we get to see have one final run. And, it's exciting. Some Pokemon that didn't quite get the opportunity to showcase themselves properly. You know, maybe they were outshone in their type by some of the other stuff, may have a chance to represent here. You know, say Bug was a good example. You had Volcarona at the end who really dominated. And then you had someone like Heracross who never really got going. But for all we know, this time Heracross might turn up and be goated. Or, you know, someone like that. That's, you know, just an example. Fire with Volcarona. Volcarona really ran rings around stuff, and like Arcanine, who was a really strong Pokemon, I think it ended up getting forced out of the team at the end because Volcarona was too good. Or Cloyster with Ice, you know, a lot of the Ice types didn't have a chance to really play that well because Cloyster just destroyed everything. And now you've got it where, removed from some of the OP Pokemon from their typing, some Pokemon have got the shackles taken off a little bit, and it's going to be interesting to see how they go, as well as some, of course, that may have a chance to re-roll with better abilities than they got the first time. Looking at Kilowattrel and Pelipper right there, who both had absolute trash abilities in... Wind Power wasn't too bad in Kilowattrel, but We had a Keen-Eye Pelipper instead of a Rain one. Not having Drizzle Pelipper was really bad. It ruined our whole strat of trying to use Swift Swim in our Water-type team, so it'll be interesting to see if we can do that again. Does mean, of course, I've got to figure out ways of getting some of the more annoying Pokemon again, though, so things like Scizor we have to figure out again, and Palafin. Hey, it won't be too bad. We've learnt a lot, though, from these runs, and it's going to be interesting to see how we go today, I think. And thank you for being here for the journey for the previous runs we've done. And yeah, strap in and get ready, because there's going to be some interesting stuff here today as well. Going to be some interesting runs going on. We no longer have type limitations, keep in mind. So we aren't stuck on one type anymore. So we're going to have, quite frankly, pretty balanced teams for almost any single situation we're going to get into. So there isn't really going to be any situation this time of running into a type that's just dominant against us, because we're guaranteed to have someone, not necessarily the right mon to deal with it, but someone who can counter anything in the game if we need it. Now, obviously, some are going to be better than others, because some of them will be more support-type mons, and if that's the representative we have for Steel, and we need a Steel type to go ham on Fairy, it's going to be quite difficult, of course, because, you know, it's hard to wipe a whole team with a support mon, but we'll see. There's a lot of options and a lot of things could go on here, so we're actually going to do, for this one specifically, I've already looked at it, really, and I've kind of highlighted the Pokemon that I expect to get early. I think this run in particular, it's got quite a lot of early game mons in. There's a lot of Pokemon I can catch very quickly. Yeah. So, this one, I mean, Fuecoco we can get immediately, of course, which is good, so we can get one of the starters. But, most runs pretty much will have something super early on, and in the event they don't, we'll just do what we've done previously, where we are able to grab one from an egg or something and kind of manufacture the opportunity, if you will. Yeah. Enough talking from me, though, because I've been blabbering on for the last 20 minutes. So we're just going to get on and we're going to get going, I suppose. And I'm going to stop rambling on about the run. But I'm excited. It should be good. And hopefully you guys are excited too. Or at least intrigued, if nothing else. So yeah, we're going to get into it. First thing we've got to do, though, is spec our star. We're also, when it comes to naming, pretty much, from what I remember here, what we'll probably do is, if anyone had a notable name, we'll probably rename them the same thing. If they didn't necessarily have one, we'll probably just keep them as they were. So some of like the legends, Fruit Boy and people like that, will have a nickname as they did. Or young Fuecoco here, who we lovingly nicknamed Dave, who Dave is going to be coming back. So we're going to rename him Dave. And it's a female one again, which I think was the same as last time when we called it Dave. There you go, we've got Dave the Fuecoco. Dave is making his return. Yeah, definitely in Area 1, when we get there, we should be able to catch our first couple of Pokemon via the form of Igglybuff. We will need to catch ourselves a Paldean Wooper, but that'll be for later on so we can do a trade. And then when we get to the school... So we'll only have basically one Pokemon other than maybe Dreadnought if we get lucky. We'll have Skeledirge, Igglybuff, and maybe Chewtle. After that, it kind of opens up when we get to the next bit, because then we can get Shinx quite easily. Litleo not that hard to get. Clorf we can get after we've beaten the first Titan. Little we can get. Broomish we can get. I think we can even get Goomy today as well, so there's a lot of options for us to be able to grab today, and I think it's going to be quite an interesting one to see if I can remember some of the spawns. It's kind of one of those interesting ones where I've got to kind of try and remember where we can get stuff. because it's not as easy as just going, oh yeah, well, we progress through the game with this small roster of mons and try and figure it out. It's like, I've got to potentially jump from like loads of different areas to try and catch stuff and remember what we're doing and evolution methods and everything at the same time. So a lot of stuff to remember on this one. But again, yeah, this is kind of definitely more of the casual challenge in comparison to the previous ones where they were a bit more hardcore. Whereas we still have the same rule sets effectively. This one is going to be a bit more... This one's basically for fun, you know? The other ones were a bit more of a challenge. This one's going to be for fun, so... That's how I'm going to view it, and yeah. Should be good, so. Go and do our usual item grabs like we normally would. I think this run as well doesn't tend to, or doesn't have any very easy, like, stone evolutions. The only one maybe is Jigglypuff, but... So I might have to look at where I can get a moonstone, but... Other than that, I don't think there's any stone or item evolutions I can do incredibly early on. So that does limit the early potential of the team a little. However, we also have Fuecoco, so first 2 gyms will be a bit of a joke, really. Yeah. We're just going to crack on. We're not going to necessarily, like, try and aim for that structure like we did before, where we kind of go for a 4-stream structure. We're kind of just going to play through and see how we do and how far we get, because in some cases we will just be faster. Because obviously we'll have a team, we won't have to necessarily, like, work the entire... like roster of Pokemon to try and squeeze as much potential out of it as possible. We'll have a lot more options here. So there's definitely like more of a like, how do you describe it? There's basically a lot more options in this one. So it's not really as kind of like centralized on the same stuff. There will still be the really powerful mons, because that's just kind of a given. But there will also be a lot more open options for other things. It's not just going to be like Volcarona's the only thing that's worth using, and we boost and just destroy everything. Same with Cloyster. They will be really good, but in this case, there'll almost be so many good Pokemon that it'll be a crime to not use them as well. So here we go. The start of Hall of Fame 1 with Dave the Fuecoco. The legend has returned. If I remember rightly, Dave didn't really do too much in their respective run. It was more of a... Well, Dave was alright, I think. Dave never really did a huge amount. That's good. Getting an early burn on Ember. That's nice. But Dave... I mean, Dave got outshone by... This is obviously one of the more recent runs. When we used him in Fire. It was also used in Ghost. I think in Ghost, it actually did quite a lot of work. In Fire, obviously, Dave wasn't really that big of a deal, because... severely outshone by Volcarona and Armarouge, but yeah, Dave's gonna have his chance to shine now, or her, I guess in this case, chance to shine, and we get to see what Dave's got for us. So I'm looking forward to seeing Dave in action again. Some of the later runs I already know have some banger Pokemon in, and it's gonna be amazing when we get to see them unleashed again. So Toedscruel and stuff like that are going to be fun to bring back. So there were a few memers when we really brought those Pokemon in. So, and some kind of legends of the stream with their ability to clutch and things like that. So we've got some real interesting options later on. This run is definitely one of the more tame ones, though. There's not too many crazy mons in here. Fortress is probably the highlight, I think, for me. I don't really think anyone will remember this because Steel was so early on. But basically, the way we ended up winning... Actually, it may have been... It was either Mono Bug or Mono Steel. We basically set up a guaranteed win condition by boosting our Fortress up to, like, maximum... maximum curse. And the whole point of doing that was to kind of, like, get through the majority of the team against the Professor... to leave ourselves in a 1v1 against Roaring Moon at the end with the sole reason of getting our revenge against it for, I think, a previous run where Fortress had been trying to set up this strat the whole time and it got killed. And Fortress finally had its moment. Yeah, it must have been bugged then. In its second time fighting Roaring Moon to boost to +6 curse and use Explosion to one-shot it. So the legend of Fortress has come back to us once more, and we'll see some more explosion antics, I'm sure, in this run. But definitely a really good lead-off Pokemon to have as well. A strong Steel type. Secondary Bug typing does mean we're weak to Fire, of course, Quad, but eventually when we get there and he does evolve to Fortress, we are going to have a bit of a monster on our team there. We'll have a Spiker, you know, we'll have a Rapid Spinner if we needed it to counter Stealth Rock. There's some crazy stuff you can get on our Fortress. And then again, Curse and Explosion if we really wanted it as well as a crazy, like, setup. Or, Curse and then run Gyro Ball or something, you know? Gyro Ball, Curse, Explosion and Spikes maybe or something like that. Or Protect. We can definitely come up with some sort of set for our Fortress that will be very threatening in many ways. It's exciting though. There's a lot of cool Pokemon in these runs. Goodra is one that I didn't think I'd be really that crazy about, but actually I'm quite looking forward to getting Goodra back in as well because of how strong our Goodra was at the end of the last run, Mono Dragon. So it's kind of, though, it just sort of proves the point, though, I suppose, of the whole reason we did the monotype in the first place with saying something like that. Because Goodra, I think, is kind of underrated. People don't really look at Goodra and think, wow, that's a decent mon. Because when you get the pseudos, they tend to be, like, offensively based. Goodra tends to be a lot more of a defense kind of bulky mon, especially in special defense. So it's kind of a bit of a weird one mixed in there, because a lot of the other ones are just really strong physical or special attack, like Hydreigon and Garchomp and stuff. And I guess the whole point of, or part of the whole point of the monotype was to unearth some underrated Pokemon that maybe me or other people wouldn't normally use. And I think we did just that, really, with the addition of our boy to the team there with Goodra, so it's gonna be interesting to bring them back in, and I think we can get them today because I think we can go and get one down at the swamp. So a lot of options to bring in early for most likely towards the second kind of stream in terms of when they'll sort of be available, because some of the Pokemon will be level cap wise, they won't be really available immediately at the start, of course. Some will, some won't. But with Fuecoco at the helm, I think we'll be fine, actually. Young Dave here should be more than capable enough of pretty much solo carrying the first... Well, yeah, probably the first two gyms. The only real question with the gyms is we do end up having to run into that annoying Nimble that has Struggle Bug, which is a bit frustrating. So if we had a physical attacker in Fire, it would be a lot nicer, but... Keep in mind, we also... Well, no, I was going to say we also have Volcarona, don't we? We have Arcanine as an option. We'll have to definitely decide how we want to, like, go about it early on. I think catching Pokemon early is good, and getting a built-up roster early will be good. If we really wanted to, we could cheese the game early and get an Arcanine, now I think about it. Because I could just run and get a Firestone super early on. I don't know if we should do that. We could. I don't know if we should. Because we can have Arcanine, because of course Fuecoco was the ghost. Or Skeledirge is the ghost rap, so... Yeah, in theory we could have a Wigglytuff and an Arcanine quite early, if we went and grabbed the items for them, so... We'll see. I always thought about this as well, of how strange it would be if you were playing this game for the first time, and you ran out there straight into the first area and immediately found a shiny. Kind of wild, wouldn't it? As per usual, any shinies we find we'll pick up, as we do. I've already been up here, haven't I? Yeah. Any shinies we find we'll pick up, and I'll put in Pokemon Home afterwards. But was looking through the other day, actually, out of the 18 that we picked, or the 18 runs that we did for the regular monotypes. We picked up probably about 10, 12 shinies, which is kind of wild. We did get a good number. I was quite impressed. One we got a duplicate of course, as well, in the form of Mudbray, so, yeah. Again, as well, for anyone who might be... not been here at the start when I mentioned it, because I kind of typed it out in chat. I've reworked the way that the breaks work on stream as well. So, basically, breaks now will be less frequent, but will be slightly longer to, like, compensate for that. So, in terms of... Basically, effectively, it's the same amount of time for the breaks in total. They'll just be spaced apart further. So, yeah. So we'll do a break now on the hour mark, or it'll be an hour and 3 minutes or whatever, like normal. So it'll be in about 20 minutes or so. We'll have our break, but it'll be a 3-minute break where we'll do a full-on BRB, like we would do normally, and we'll go and stretch and do all that stuff. And we'll have one of those every hour, rather than the slightly more frequent but shorter breaks that we were doing before. So one of the things that I've decided to change. So yeah. Hopefully that works out better in the long run as well. Good on Hounders. Can ignore all this stuff. We don't really catch anything super early here. At least in the cave early. The first Pokemon we're going to get is probably Igglybuff. It'll be Igglybuff. We'll catch a Paldean Wooper, but we can't use them yet. The point of that will be for a trade later on that we will probably... We might do it today. It'll be for Manchester the Quagsire in Cascarafa. But I think he'll be level 18. He's 18 or 19, I think, when you trade him. Because I know for a while people said he's the same level as the one that you trade to them. As far as I'm aware, that's incorrect, though. I think it's just a guaranteed set level of, like, 18. I think one thing we will do in this run as well is... There is a trainer... Dare I say they're in Cascarafa as well, that you can actually trade and get a Gengar from. And I'm pretty sure Gengar actually appears in the roster this time, because although we didn't actually use one in our runs, mainly because at the time I didn't have Switch Online, so I couldn't trade for one. So we didn't end up using one, but this time I think we'll end up holding off on getting an early game Ghastly, because we aren't having to be pressured into getting a Poison or Ghost type early, and we'll probably end up trading for that in-game as well. We'll probably make use of at least 2 of the in-game trades. We'll get Snom as well, like we normally would for the Frostmoth run when that eventually comes up, so... Yeah. We're going to probably make use of most of the in-game trades if we can find them, and they're useful to us. So. Some of them, of course, we used previously anyway, but... Thank you for the Hydrate War. I appreciate it. I'll have some Coke Zero. Sound good for a Hydrate? Probopass in chat. Our third Pokemon pop up there. What do we get? We got a Krogunk, a Whimsicott, and a Probopass. I can see all 3 of them. There you go. Handy, isn't it? Nice. And thank you for the Hydrate. I appreciate it. Oh. This week, of course, for upcoming streams... We've got part 2 of the Skyrim 100% run, which is going to be interesting. Continuing on the main story, probably, and doing a bit of odd exploration while we're on the ways around. So that'll be good. Wednesday, of course, will be the return of War Thunder once more to crack on with our British low-tier grind after we unlocked the Sherman 2 last week, I think it was, and then bought ourselves a 4th crew slot. so that we can have the Cromwell 5 and the Sherman 2 running at the same time. Pretty much in case we need to ditch the Churchill because of how bad it is. So we now have an extra option there for the British mediums, which is nice. And then Thursday and Sunday, of course, will be a bit more of our special Hall of Fame runs here. So, but there's a little way off yet. We don't need to worry about those. But some exciting stuff coming up this week, though. With we have a good mix of stuff at the minute, I think. What with the Pokemon runs, which are always quite nice, and then the War Thunder is a bit different, and the Skyrim run as well is kind of something I've never tried before. Doing a 100% like run on stream. Closest one I ever did was Mystery Dungeon, which was hell. So it was Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and the Rescue Team DX. That one was, oh, that was painful. Let me tell you. That was painful. Took about 150 hours, something like that. That included a small amount of time off-stream grinding. But I remember we spent 3 streams trying to beat the same dungeon. Which was a dungeon called Wish Cave, which you needed to complete in order to get one of the 2 legendaries that were the most annoying in the game to get, which was Jirachi. And then you had to do a similar thing not long after. We had to do basically the same dungeon, but even harder, called Purity Forest. Which also took us about 2 or 3 streams. So there was a number of those. Probably I'd say we probably got 20-25 hours between those 2 dungeons. That it took us a long time. If you know, you know about the Wish Cave Purity Forest time. Not many people probably do, because not only, of course, some of you folks around now are newer viewers, and we've had kind of like a pretty significant change up in terms of the community, I feel like, since then. But also, that was rough. Rough going that time. So, you know, it wasn't great to watch those Mystery Dungeon streams sometimes, because some of them were painful. Some of them not so much, but some of them were actually really hard they were probably hard watching. Bit of tough viewing, some of them. Nice. Yeah, I think with these Hall of Fame runs, we're gonna take our time, so there's no rush really with these. We will probably still do the Blissey grinding method and whatnot, things like that, because they're just efficient, and we may as well do it. But we're definitely gonna kind of not rush, because we don't need to. We don't have 18 different runs to do, so. How to make the app worse. Make your regular followed streams be harder to find. Welcome in, Nitty. That's just what I want to hear from Twitch, is making it even harder to find my stream than it already is. Because let's be honest, when it comes to small streams, they're already hard enough to find on their own. Let alone making it harder to find a stream you already follow. They just stack... Twitch just loves stacking the deck against people like me, don't they? They're like, small streamer, fuck you. Now, we'll make it easier by putting 300 partners on your front page who you're never going to watch. Do you know, that's one of the things I've never understood about Twitch. For all their algorithms and recommended stuff that they do, I always seem to find, not like the carousel at the top of the screen on Twitch's front page, because I know that's always like big popular streams right now. Twitch really like spams me with massive partner people, and it's like, I don't know if they realize this in their data, but I don't think I watch anyone above 100 viewers. Like, but yeah, I'll still get like spammed with massive partners with thousands of viewers, and it's like, Twitch, why are you recommending me this? Like, I don't know. They don't even play the same games I play or anything like that. I don't watch any of this stuff, but Twitch is still like, no, here it is. Like, you want this? No, I don't. I think Arvin's going to jump us if we try and go around the side, but we'll try it anyway. No, he did. How are you though, Nitty? It's nice to see you, my dude. I hope you're doing well today. Having a nice weekend. Yeah, the Twitch mobile app, dude, is just a lost cause. They just fuck it up all the time. I don't know what they're doing with it. They're just really bad at developing the app, or at least they don't seem to like listen, I think, when it comes to changing things or adding things. They just sort of do things and it turns out not to be a good idea. And then they surprise Pikachu and go, "Oh my god, what?" And it's like, yeah, are we surprised, Twitch, that people thought this was unpopular? Me who follows up-and-coming VTubers. What about this big streamer you have seen on Reels? Yeah, no, honestly, yeah. It is like that. Like, I just, you know, I watch a lot of smaller people. I tend, even like, probably above 50 viewers, it's not really something that I tend to really spend too much time around. You know? Like, I like the smaller community vibe, you know? There are people that I still support, don't get me wrong, who are bigger streamers. But, like, when it comes to my happy place on Twitch, it's, like, probably anywhere but in the 10 to 30 viewer range, for watching people, of course. Something like that. Critical hit. Come on now. Damn, we got our own crit back. Let's go. Okay. Okay, don't take it. Take it. Not bad. Doing good. Just got back from visiting my mother's old classmates for dinner. Okay. What kind of food did you get? Some good grub? What kind of food did you go for? What did we have for dinner? What are we on? As you can see as well here, Nitty, Dave is making her, in this case, triumphant return. We actually, I just realized we got a female starter. Isn't that really rare? Isn't it something like a 90-95% chance of having a male starter, or did they get rid of that in this game? It used to be that male starters used to be really common, and the female starters used to be super rare. If we did get a female starter, though, on the rare odds, that's kind of funny. Especially because she's now called Dave, but... Oh, 75%, okay. Damn, thank you for the hydrate again, War. I'll have another sip of Coke Zero. Is it really hydrating if I drink Coke Zero? I don't know. We're gonna say it is, though. LeChonk. Oh, have you seen the roster, Nitty, for this run? Because if not, I can run through it real quick so you can hear about the Pokemon that we have available to us. Because I know you'll probably be intrigued to see who we get for this particular run through the game. There's only one Pokemon I can think of immediately we can catch right here. Oh, we have to go up to the lighthouse, which is Igglybuff is the only one so far that we can get right now. Everyone else is slightly later on, but probably close enough. Yeah, it's got to be on it. It's a hydrating beverage, probably. I don't know. Probably not as hydrating as something else, but 87.5 to 12, really? I wonder why. Why isn't just a 50-50 split? Really odd why the male to female rates on starter Pokemon are weird. What's our victory lap team this time around? I'm glad you asked me. I'm glad you asked. Let me hit you with some details. So, we have 18 Pokemon. Any Pokemon that were double dipping, so any that were like Magnezone, where it would have appeared for Electric and Steel, were substituted out for one of the other type Pokemon of their respective class. So some of them were not Pokemon that were specifically selected at the end. They were just added in because we didn't have any other options, basically. So I'll run through them real quick. From Flying, we'll do them in order of the runs as well. From Flying, this is for run number 1 of 6. For Flying, we have Dragonite. For Fairy, we have the Legend of Wigglytuff, the Clutch King. For Steel, we have the first of the greats. Fortress, the Mima. For Ghost, that's where young Dave comes in. He's the Ghost representative, technically, although he hasn't evolved yet, but we count it this time. For Ground, we have Quagsire. For Rock, we have Clorf. Oh, that's going to be a good one. I can't wait to use Clorf again. Poison, we have the physical powerhouse Toxicroak. Electric, first substitute, we had Luxray come in. That would have been Magnezone, but yeah, Magnezone got drawn twice because he was already in Steel, so it's Luxray, who I know we were talking smack about when we were using him because of his shit moveset, but we don't have a choice, alright? So we have to use Luxray. For Bug, Volcarona. Yeah, the Dismantler. Clorf the Dismantler's back. And Fortress, the Time Bomb. So we got a couple of ticking Time Bomb Pokemon there. For Psychic, we got Espathra. For Grass, the Muck-punching technician himself, Breloom. For Fighting, we got another substitute, which just so happened in this case to be a good one, actually. Howlucha. Good Pokemon, although it is really late game, so we won't get them until the end. For Howlucha. For Dark, we got Weavile. For Water, we pulled ourselves a substitute, which was for Gyarados, which is Dreadnought. I'll explain why there were subs as well in a minute, because there's a reason why. Why specifically some of them were subbed and some weren't. For Ice, we got Beartic. For Fire, we got Arcanine. And for Dragon, we got the Special Defensive Wall, Goodra. Yeah, so in the case of Gyarados, you're probably thinking, like, why was Gyarados subbed? Because he hasn't been picked yet. The way I did it is I did it by type. So I went through and I did all the 6 flying types, then I did the 6 fairy, then I did the 6 steel. So that's why Magnezone and, like, Gyarados had already been picked, effectively, even though they hadn't had their names read out yet. Because Gyarados already appeared in flying. So that's why for Water and for Electric, with Magnezone, respectively, they weren't able to be used for the second time, even though they hadn't been drawn yet, because they'd already been picked for a different team. So that's the brief explanation of that. But, make it more difficult to breed the starters. Yeah, that's true. What did we call... I don't remember Igglybuff having a nickname, so I'm not going to give it one. So any of the Pokemon that had memorable nicknames, they may well come back. So like Shello there, the Gastrodon, and... I mean, Dave, things like that. Those types of ones will probably come back, but, you know, not all... Jerry, the Flamigo, things like that. Fruit Boy. Amogus. But, like, most Pokemon aren't going to get a nickname necessarily, because they'll just be what they were. Oh yeah, I forgot to change that Prime message as well today. The Dismantler, yeah. Clorf the Dismantler is good. Did I mess up? I think I missed one in there as well. No, actually, when I was reading them out. I think I missed Pyroar. Pyroar for normal. I'm telling you though, Nitty, there are some... If you think this is a stacked run, just wait until we get to 4 and 5. Dude, 4, 5, and 6 have some disgusting combinations. It's going to be vile. All I'm saying is... Number 4 has Palossand, Garchomp, Tyranitar, Amoonguss, Scizor. You know. Like, there's some options there. And then 5, Slacking, Orthworm, Gastrodon, Fruit Boy, Jerry the Flamigo, Hydreigon, Frank the Tank, the Barrascuda. We got Bronzong in 6. We got Garganical, Dragapult, King Gambit, Pelipper, You know, we got some quality stuff. And then in 3 as well, is no slouch. We got Toxapex Glamora as a combo. That's going to be like the lead 2 slots for literally every fight we ever do. Toxapex fucking Glamora. That was like one of the few combos we could have got that couldn't have been any better, getting those 2 as a lead. We're basically having like a guaranteed poisoner to set Toxapex's reign of terror going. Oh, Cloyster as well. Cloyster managed to dodge everyone in the really good column. So Cloyster is kind of like... He's not going to be overshadowed by other people on the team. Cloyster's going to be the star of the show for whichever one he's in. I think he's in run 2 or 3, I think. So Cloyster is going to be a heavy hitter, but he's not going to be... It's not going to be quite the same where he's going to kind of block out the other water types or ice types. There's going to be other stuff with him that'll be good this time. And he's not really with any other super, like, hyper powerful Pokemon, because I think that would have been a bit unfair, wouldn't it? If Cloyster got jammed in with a bunch of, like, Volcarona, Cloyster, and, like, Garchomp together. Would have been disgusting. Or Haxorus coming back with them. Oh, also, so ad break has just started there. I mentioned this earlier. I've changed the way ad breaks work, so it's going to be a slightly longer break, but less frequently. So it's a 3-minute timer right now. I need to adjust the thing saying it's 120 seconds, but... So because of that, I am going to go and take my BRB for a minute, okay? So I'm going to get up, go stretch, do all that stuff that I need to do, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes when the break's done, okay? So everybody else, take the opportunity to do the same. Go and have a stretch and a drink if you need it. Do all that stuff, bathroom break, whatever you need. And we'll be back when the ad break is done, okay? Okay. I'm back. Welcome back from the break, everybody. We will get back up and running in just a second. So far, of course, we got our first two Pokemon. We got Dave and Igglybuff. That's all we got for the first roster. So looking at what else we can get in this area, we are going to look to pick up Paldean Wooper for a trade later on. That will be so that we can get regular Wooper, basically. So Wigglytuff and Skeledirge we already have covered right now. So Quagsire we'll have sorted in a bit. Clorf we can't get yet. We have to wait until we go to the other area. Shinx is in the same place. And same with Arcanine. So I think we can get a... Well, he's supposed to be really rare, but I think you can get Chewtle in this area as well. So I think we'll go and try and find a Chewtle. And we'll go and grab ourselves a Paldean Wooper. Who will box because they won't be allowed to be used, of course. But we also haven't taken a look at the stats of these guys. We should probably have a look and see what they're packing. Oh, they're both the same. That's not bad, actually, to be honest. Minus attack. I mean, they are both kind of more... Well... Skeledirge is a special attacker, so that's good. That doesn't matter, and having a bit more defensive bulk is actually not a bad thing. Wigglytuff, from what I remember, tends to be more specially defensive, so having a bit more physical bulk is not a bad idea there as we watch Fidough go and drown itself, I suppose. I think you can get Paldean Wooper to spawn. There's one. Speak of the devil. We'll go and catch this one because we do need it, as I say, for the trade later on. Thank you for the welcome back, Nitty. Yeah, this is it's a pretty interesting team, this one, I think, with some of the options we have. Few late game mons obviously going to be a bit of a game changer. Getting the Goodra, of course, one of the annoying evolutions again, where we have to get it to rain, which love that for us. If it gets to the point where we've like we've done all the level grinding, I'll probably just evolve it off stream. You know, I'll just wait until I just run around and wait for rain somewhere if it gets to the point where we can't evolve it again if it doesn't rain. I don't think we'll pull off another rain clutch like we did the other day. That was kind of perfection, though. If were you there for that, Nitty? I don't remember. Ooh, now I say that. Do the rain dance. We did speak it into existence. So while we didn't do a rain dance, we were able to influence the weather via speaking. You know? So, you know, it's sort of similar thing. Similar thing. Oh, we've been down here already. What am I doing? We need to go and grab all of the items from around here and then try and catch that Chewtle. So, the rain dance indeed, though. Thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. It's really weird not kind of gearing up for like, oh, we need to be only using fire types here or anything. It's really odd because I've been doing it for so long. It feels weird to have a little bit more freedom again in terms of the Pokemon we have access to. Interestingly, I think the difficulty of this run, while it makes it more easy because we have a plethora of Pokemon to pick from, it's going to be about when we get certain people is going to have a big influence, I think, on things. Because I think a lot of Pokemon could be really useful, but we might not actually get them until later on in the run. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how that affects things. Like here, you think about like Iona, right? Obviously, this is a bad example because we can get a ground type early with Quagsire, who will be able to snipe fairly early at about level 20. But there's a lot of situations where we're going to have a ground type that's just not going to be available until way later than we need it. And things like that. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how the varying rosters evolve over time. And whether there's going to be the same level of like power spike that there was in a lot of the runs we did. Where we go from kind of like most of the run the team being okay, and then randomly there's a massive upswing when everyone starts evolving. Or if there's going to be more of a kind of gentle progression with these, because it's not going to be quite as much of a big upswing. Quagsire is the name. He's a how do you even describe him? He's like a mudfish who lives in the swamp. You'll love him when you see him, I'm telling you. Everybody loves Quagsire. He's just a smiling guy. He's a happy guy. We'll go and get one. There's two versions of the Pokemon that evolves into him called Wooper in this game.
But you lot just
hey,
won't stay down. This
welcome
is
in,
yours
Raiders.
now.
How's it going? Let me see. Hang on. We don't have any mods here. I better do a shout out. How's it going? How are we? I hope you guys are doing good. How's it going? What were you guys up to? To go Quaggity. I mean, it could if you want it to. Could if you want it to. How's it going though, Britwa? How are you? How have you been? Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. How are you guys doing? And welcome in, Raiders. It's nice to see you. Good. How am I? I'm doing good. Today we've started the first of our Hall of Fame runs, as we're calling them. So the long challenge we were doing for about a year now of the monotypes, trying to win, beat the game 18 times with each of the types in the game. We finished now. We finished it on Thursday with the final run being Dragon, and now as a kind of final send off. The Pokemon that we used for the last team of each type, we've randomized them all up into teams of one of each type, and we're giving them one final send-off as they all get one last chance to play through the game as a bit of a celebration of the achievement of finishing all 18 runs. So far for this one, we've only got Skeledirge, Wigglytuff, and what will eventually be Quagsire, but we're early days yet, so... There's a Volcarona coming up later on in this one as well. There's going to be some big Pokemon later on. Unfortunately, Bulbasaur doesn't feature, but that's because he was in the DLC, which is very sad. But, yeah. What were you guys up to? What were you doing? What were we doing today? Thank you so much for the raid again. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Thank you for sharing your community with me. And sending your folks over. I'm sure you all had a great time. Please remember, though, first things first... Take care of yourselves after the raid. Make sure that you have a drink break and go have a stretch and do all that stuff if you need to. Do some post-stream self-care stuff, because you might have been sat around for a little while. It's always good to make sure you have a regular break to, you know, keep yourself nice and refreshed. Especially if the weather's what it's been like over here recently, where it's fairly warm, you know. Gotta keep those drinks up. Make sure you take care of yourselves. Yeah, welcome in, though. First raid of the day. That's what we love to see. Love a good raid. Self-care is very important. It is. It is very important. You are, aren't you? You are very much correct. Especially when it's, you know, dodgy weather and stuff. You got to make sure that you get those extra bits in where you can. The extra sip of water and stuff like that in. But yeah. Dodge that scatterbug. Playing, oh, this is a pronunciation nightmare. It could be Careza. It could be Careza. And the Lost Demon. Cute little puzzle RPG. It tells the backstory of Bayonetta. Oh, right. That's a cool little concept. I like that. I like a little puzzle type game as well. There's little puzzle RPGs. Remember, it was last year now, I played through a little indie, like, would you describe it as a JRPG? It was like a little mini pixel indie JRPG called Sea of Stars, which had a lot of puzzle elements in as well. It's a really interesting playthrough. I really enjoyed that one, so it sounds like a pretty cool little game. Cereza, I think. Okay. So I was nowhere near. Sounds about right for me. Caesar pronunciation gets it completely wrong. I like that. Sounds like something I would do. Me and my questionable accent. It's pretty cool though. I like the sound of that though. Being so it's like a it's like a sort of prequel almost then. It's a cool, interesting concept. Playing through that for our Game Club game. Game Club game? That's a cool idea. I've never heard of anyone doing anything like that before. I assume then basically it works the same way as like a book club type of thing. Where everybody goes off and plays the same game over like a week or 2 weeks. Well, that's a cool idea, you know. I like that. That's a cool concept. I like it. Yeah, fair enough. Probably get some good variety there as well in terms of different types of games you probably would never have played before as well. I know I'm tend to be one of those people who sticks to the same type of games, you know? I know what I like and I kind of will play mostly around that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Reach a certain point. Wait, Sea of Stars? Wait, have you played Sea of Stars? I'm confused. Hang on a minute. It's a great game, to be fair. I really like Sea of Stars. I guess we'll start fighting trainers now, because... Chew gum or let it melt? That's an odd question, Bevan. When you say let it melt, you mean put it in my mouth and just don't chew it? Is that what you mean? Well, I feel like chew is the only option there, really, isn't it? Oh, I see why I'm confused now. When you said you were playing through that for your current game, I thought you meant what you're playing on stream. You meant Sea of Stars when I said that. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I love Sea of Stars. It was a really fun playthrough. I 100%ed it last year, actually. I want to say it was around, I think it was around December. I finished everything in the game. I really liked it. It was a super fun playthrough. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, great game, Sea of Stars. I do like the fact there's a new game plus as well, which is quite handy. Although I did find there was I think there was one annoying thing. There was like one missable achievement in the entire game that I missed. I had to go back and replay through half the game to go and get it. Yeah, chew, Bevan. That's what I'd go for. I would chew the gum rather than just let it exist. That would seem strange not to. But we got Wales Redeem. So here we go. 5 minutes on the clock. We're going straight into it with the timer on. We're going into Welsh mode. And then we're going to talk like this for a few minutes because this is the type of accent you would expect to find from someone from one of the many regions of the country Wales. I'm not actually from Wales, but you know, I'm very familiar with the Welsh people, and it's one of the accents that I'm actually able to do successfully. So here we go. We have it as a redeem for stream. So you're treated to a bit of Welsh mode for a few moments. What would you do, Bevan? I assume you would chew it, but to be honest, sometimes with you, I don't know. Who knows what you would do? 99%ed. Shantae 7 Sirens for a missable. I cry. I'm going to play through again. That's the worst thing ever, is when you sit there and you get to the end of 100% and you're like, right, I've got about 2 achievements or something left. You're like, nice and easy. And then you look it up and you're like, well, I haven't seen anything in-game that relates to this one at all, so... Fuck, I didn't open the thing for Noxcat. Hang on, give me a moment. Got to do it. Let me get it up for you there, Bruce. Don't worry. I won't. You won't have a Noxcat stolen away from you. Don't worry. I'll get it up now. But yeah, that was the thing in Sea of Stars. Is I sort of gone through everything. I was like, well, I think it was. I think it's the achievement for listening to all the stories at the campfire was the one I missed. Where there was one story at the campfire when you speak to, was it Teeks, I think's her name, innit? With the pink hair. And there's one spot in the game where it's around when you're... Oh, I don't want to say anything just in case spoilers, but... There's one spot in the game where you have to specifically talk to him then at the campfire, otherwise you'll miss the story completely. And I remember I had that problem where, you know, I completely missed it. I didn't bother doing it at the time, and then subsequently I had to go back and do the entire game from the start until about halfway through so I could get that one achievement. But once I did it, obviously that was it done, and until they add some DLC, which I believe I heard rumor that they were thinking about making a DLC for that game, so you never know. There might be another opportunity in the future to play a bit more of it and try and complete it again. But while it's on Games Pass, I thought it was great. It was a great little game, and I actually really enjoyed it. It's quite different from what I've previously done. Funny enough, I kept saying whenever I was playing it, the graphics reminded me so much of the old Pokemon Ranger games. There was something about it. They all just felt like Pokemon Ranger. They just looked so similar to what I remembered with all the scale and the characters and stuff. It gave me Pokemon Ranger vibes. Great game though. I really enjoyed it. But there's nothing worse though than getting all the way to the end of a game and then figuring out that there was one missable achievement that you have to replay the whole thing for. Or another game I'm trying to do at the minute on 100% is Fallout 76. Me and Mirage, my mate, have been playing through it, and we've just got through the final quest line and stuff, and we decided that we're going to drop it as a main game that we play now. But I said I'm going to go ahead and try and finish it, and I found out after that there's one achievement in-game that's one of those annoying ones where it's like a forked quest line, where you have to side with one side or the other. But the evil bastards at Bethesda made it so that you have to do both of those quests to get all the achievements. So I have to go back all the way through the game again on a different character just so I can finish that one quest. Why? Why are we making shit like that? Why are we doing it? So annoying. Because now I've got to play through like another 20 hours of the game just so I can get one bloody achievement. Fuming, I was. Noxcat. I'm glad you like Noxcat there, Bruised. He's a favourite amongst everybody, really. Everybody loves Noxcat. We love our little guy. I got an Igglybuff go as well. Look at that. First kill for Igglybuff. Great job. Up to level 7. I thought we might as well do a bit of leveling because, you know, well, Igglybuff, you know, isn't leveled up. So I thought we'd do a bit of grinding, get him up a couple of levels, and see how we go. But we'll head over to the other side, go fight some more trainers, and then get ready to gear up and move into the second part. We go up to the school. But for now, we need to just finish off the trainers over here and make sure we get properly leveled and prepared for the coming fight against poor me. So we're not aiming specifically for 100% flawless runs here, but obviously, you know, it's in the back of the mind. Trying to complete these flawlessly without dropping a fight again will be quite nice. So Nuzlocke style almost. And that's the end of the Wales timer as well. So we seamlessly transition back to our normal voice. But there you go. Bev is an agent of chaos. He will 100% let it melt just to set the world on fire. Yeah, he will, to be fair. He would. Bethesda moment. It always annoys me when people do that in any set of games, though. Where it's like you have to do both quest lines. Bethesda did it a lot in most of their games. Like, I mean, Fallout... I've been doing Fallout 4 alongside it as well, because I ended up... I got the Game of the Year edition on sale a few months back. They had like a Bethesda sale for whatever reason. I bought the Game of the Year edition for like £10 or something. With all the DLC. And when I eventually got it to work, because it was Bethesda, so naturally all the DLC was broken. And the way that it works, if anyone ever has a problem where the DLC doesn't load up in-game, very specific issue. If you play Fallout 4 on the Game of the Year edition specifically, on the Xbox Game Pass version, and the DLC doesn't show up when it says you've got it installed, I know what the problem is. The problem that you'll have is, for whatever reason, when you download the game and then you download the DLC afterwards, it downloads them both onto different drives on your PC. So the DLC will not be in the same place as where the game is. Which means that it will tell you they're installed, because it acknowledges that it's somewhere on the PC. It just won't actually let it load in-game. And the easiest way of doing it is like trying to you basically uninstall the game and then try and reinstall the DLC before playing downloading the base game, and it will force them to be in the same spot rather than letting them just appear in different drives. Because when I did it, I told it both to install on my E drive, I think it was, and it still put them both on separate. One was on the E and one was on my C drive. So, I don't know. Bloody annoying is what I know. But yeah, once I eventually got through that, I started doing the 100%. And I think you have to do 3 different endings of the game. So you have to basically play through the main quest line 3 times. But I made a master save, like, right before you make the choice where you pick which faction you want to go through. So then I could just jump back through and go like that. And I just go back to that save every time and do it, and then just did the one I wanted to do last, which in the end was Brotherhood of Steel. I ended up doing that one as the final one, and then went on through there. Yeah, New Vegas was the same. You have to do all the quests with all of the factions to get that done. Fallout 3, I don't think you do, actually. Fallout 3, I'm pretty sure you don't have to do it. It just gives you 1 set, and that's it. 1 set of quests for the main quest line, which is nice. Yeah, classic Bethesda moment. It's there, but I'm sure as hell not looking for it. Yeah. Yeah, it was not giving me anything when it came to that. Oh, nice, we got the infatuation. Favorite faction? In Fallout in general, or Fallout 4 specifically? Or do you... Well, it could be New Vegas. Do you mean New Vegas as well? We need some specifics here. Where are we shooting for here, Bruised? Which one are we hitting? Or I could do all of them. I mean, Fallout 3, there isn't really much of a faction system, is there? So that one's kind of out the window. New Vegas. I like the NCR in New Vegas, I've got to say. So I'd say NCR. I don't like the... However much I kind of like find the Legion funny, I just don't like them. There's a few times where I've been like, right, I'm going to do the Legion questline for the achievements now. And what ends up happening is I get partway through it and I'm like, I just don't like it. I don't want to do work for Kaiser. I just want to shoot him. So yeah, NCR for me in Fallout New Vegas. When it comes to Fallout 4... Brotherhood of Steel, I think. Even though they're kind of like the oppressive, kill all the synths kind of things. It's something I didn't realize. You can actually continue on basically with the Brotherhood of Steel stuff after the main story ends. Because in one of the DLCs, you go to Far Harbor where there's like a synth colony. And it's like a misc quest, but you can go and talk to the Brotherhood of Steel people and you can like go and rat them out. And then there's a quest line I didn't know about, where if you go and do it at the end, you can get the Brotherhood of Steel after you finish the DLC to go to Far Harbor and kill all the synths. And it's like, bloody hell, I didn't realize that was a thing. But you, like, after the DLC is finished, you can still continue on the Brotherhood of Steel's murderous rampage of all of the synths in the Commonwealth. Kind of cool. So yeah. There you go. Roop. Okay, I think we're back. You guys may have to refresh quickly. I think we're okay now. Yeah, everything seems to be working again on my end. I can see the stream up again now, so... You guys might need to refresh, but, it should be back up now. Annoyingly, my internet cut out right then in the middle of stream, so, I had to wait for it to come back. But then, the problem I have, right, I don't know if anyone else ever gets this. If my internet ever cuts out while I'm in the middle of stream, even if my internet comes back, OBS does not reconnect to the stream, right? Like, it'll be back up and running, and it just won't reconnect. So it'll just be sat there trying to attempt to reconnect, and it just won't work. And then what it forces me to do almost every time is to forcibly end the stream manually and then restart it, which is annoying for a number of reasons, but, yeah. At least we managed to get it back up and running. It's an annoying thing to have happen, though. Oh, this is an annoying Pokemon to fight as well. Roly-Coly. Damn. But we are back now, at least, so there you go. God. I think we're going to switch to Fuecoco here, because otherwise we're going to be here for a long time. But welcome back, though, everybody. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Yeah. Hopefully it didn't count as a full stream restart. Let's double check. Did it count as a full stream restart? Don't think it did, no. It still says the session is going, which is nice. The one thing it does do that always annoys me is it fucks with the lurkers, where, like, if anyone's lurking, it, like, messes with the stream and makes them have to refresh, and it's just kind of inconvenient and annoying. It seems like we're okay, though. Okay. Well, we seem to have come out of that relatively unscathed, which is nice, so... Oh, yes, Flash. No, he's dodged. Oh, he smokescreened me. I see. But thank you, everybody, though. Thank you for bearing with me for a second, though. I know we've had a lot of those recently. My internet is really temperamental. So... yeah. It's there, but I sure as hell am not working with it. OBS. Yeah. Oh, Nitty. I don't think you were here when I mentioned it as well, but this is vaguely exciting news for you. Due to us doing particularly well in the sponsor that we did the other week, I placed my pre-order for the brand new Pokemon set Stellar Crown that comes out on the 13th of September. So in just under a month, in 4 weeks today, we will probably be doing, on the Sunday, the Pokemon opening stream for Stellar Crown, the brand new Pokemon TCG set that hasn't released yet. So there you go. So I put the pre-order in 2 days ago. I'll tell you, it's actually by Pokemon standards, it's actually a really good deal. The ETB and the booster box was £135. Which, keep in mind, if you look at that as retail price, where they should be, the ETB is 50 on its own, and the booster box should be 146. So it should be 196, and we got it for 135. Which is pretty solid. So yeah, there you go. So we'll be doing that stream in a few weeks' time. Be nice if they still kept the original way of the Brotherhood of Steel end mission. Yeah, there's a few things with, like, some of the endings and things that they could have done better, I think, you know? I wish there was a little more customization about how you would be able to do things with each faction rather than just one specific ending, you know? There was a little more kind of like moving around you could do within it itself, but it's okay though. Not bad. Yeah, it's not too bad, was it? It was a good deal. Pokemon stuff can be quite expensive generally. I mean, as I say, realistically, if you're buying a booster box these days and you buy one at retail for 146, you're doing it wrong, quite frankly. Because if you go to any place other than the official Pokemon website to buy TCG stuff, you'll find them guaranteed way cheaper. Because the problem is, Pokemon, like, bumped their prices up at the start of the newest era for this generation of Pokemon, Scarlet and Violet. And when they did that, they bumped the price up, but also changed what you got. So they made it so you're guaranteed to get kind of better than just regular rares and stuff all the time. Which made the price slightly more justified for them boosting it, but at the same time, it's probably still not there. But in doing that, they bumped up the price of the booster boxes. But the price of the cards generally is lower than it has been for a long time with the new era. So, although they try and sell the boxes at a higher price, pretty much any, like, card shops will make a loss on booster boxes. Or barely break even on them. But it's the only way they can sell them, because no one's going to pay 145 for them. Because they're not worth it. If you can buy a booster box for about 100 a box, then you're doing pretty well. I think individually, the place that I got it from, which is the company that I buy most of that stuff from if I ever do get it, but the people who also ghosted me, so it's kind of a bit of a sore subject. But that same TCG shop that I got that from, I think they were selling them for on pre-order for 95 each. For just the booster box. And the ETB, yeah, was coming out at about 40. So... not too bad, honestly. I think it's actually cheaper than when I bought the Twilight Masquerade stuff. When I did that last time, that was more like 145, I think, for the two. So, yeah, not bad. So we'll do that eventually. In like 4 weeks, we'll do that. As it won't be the whole stream, because we won't have enough stuff to open. It's only going to be 45 packs. So it's still a decent amount, but it won't last the whole stream. It'll probably be a couple of hours. So we'll still do something else alongside it. But, yeah. Just a heads up, though. We have an exciting stream coming. And, you know, those types of streams would never be possible if it wasn't for doing things like those sponsor streams. So, if you were around and you got involved, thank you for getting involved with it and helping out. So, yeah, no, that is true, where the mods change things up a lot. When the thing with me, though, is I'm kind of... because I'm a completionist and I want to try and get all the achievements, I usually end up doing vanilla playthroughs because I don't want to... you know, break the achievements with mods. Although Forks was telling me the other day with Skyrim, someone's made a mod to remove the lock-on mods for achievements. Which is just kind of funny, isn't it? That someone made a mod to make it so that the mods didn't affect it. It's quite funny, isn't it? I quite like the idea of someone doing that. Just being like, okay, I'll fix this, don't worry. Yeah, it's hype though, Nee. I'm glad you're hyped. I think, well, you must have been here for the last one, I want to say, Nee. I think you were here for Twilight Masquerade. I don't think you... that was the first one you were at, because I think every other time when I've done one, you've always been busy. But yeah, so you might be here for this one, which would be really cool. There you go. But yeah. I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to do it, first of all, because I was kind of thinking it, and I was like... pretty much, if I look at it from the side of, like, do I want to do those special streams? The answer is yes every time. But see, then when I look at it from the other perspective where I'm like, okay, I should probably be responsible here, right? And I think, like, looking at it from the responsible side of things, should I do them? Right? That's the question. Because keep in mind, for me, if I'm going to do the TCG stream, so I'm paying, in this case, 135 quid, right? So I'm throwing 135 quid into the void to open the cards, which I already know I'm not going to make my money back on the cards, realistically. But it's a lot of money for one stream, you know? It's like when I did that week. I did a week's worth of Pokemon TCG openings as a special thing last year. And it ended up costing... again, we did it basically because we ended up doing a sponsor stream and we made about double the amount of money I thought we'd ever make from one of those. And I decided to pull the trigger on it and do it. And we spent something like £800 on sealed Pokemon TCG products to open on stream last year. Which we did. And it was great. And we did it over the course of a week. Oh, God. Igglybuff is struggling a bit. But, yeah, so that's just expensive. That's the only problem. We landed the Sing! Oh, the clutch from Igglybuff! But that stuff's expensive. And it's kind of like, from that side of things, I have to look at it when I do those and go like, is it worth spending that much money for one stream? It's like, sometimes I don't know. You know, I've got to, like, weigh it up and think, is it responsible of me to do that? You know? Second TCG stream, I'm hyped. Dude, I hope we get some great pulls. We'll have to, before it comes out, or on the day, we'll have to go through the set list that comes in the ETB before we open any packs, and we'll have to pick out our, like, chase card and see if we can get it, like with the Applin, if anyone remembers that. We'll have to see if we can pick out our chase card and see if we can find it. Okay. Well, Igglybuff's done quite well here, actually, dare I say. Now we die, of course. We knew that was coming. That's okay, though. Alright. Do we outspeed? Shit. No, that's actually fine, because it's special attack on thingy instead. That's okay. Shiny cardboard, though, so it's totally worth it. I am an enabler. I mean, if I look at it from my perspective of is it a responsible financial decision to pay approximately 150 each time a new Pokemon set comes out to buy a booster box ETB combo for stream? The logical part of my brain says no every time. Because it isn't. But I'm like, but it's fun though, you know? How I treat myself. That's how I like to look at it. I don't really treat myself very often. I don't buy myself things, really. I tend to like get myself maybe one thing a year when it comes to stuff like that. So I kind of view it as like a bit of a treat as well. It's like Christmas for me. You know? It's like Christmas, but earlier. That's scary. Ooh, this is a close one. I think we lose. Oh, we got saved by Blaze. Let's go. Dude, Blaze just saved our ass. Blaze absolutely just saved us. 100% we just got saved by Blaze. Blaze is an ability that all fire-type starters get, where there's an equivalent for the water and the grass starters as well, called Overgrow and Torrent. When you go below 1/3 of your HP, you basically get, I think it's a 1/3 boost to your, like, fire-type moves, and water-type moves, and grass-type moves. So in that case there, we weren't going to be able to do enough damage within the amount of turns that we would have needed to knock out that little Pawmi. What is that symbol? An event spawn. Crobat. Alright, I guess so. Let's go for it. I wonder if you'll get lucky and get a shiny again, Nitty. But yeah, so, TCG stream, though. In about a month's time, we should be doing one. So that should be exciting. How very exciting that will be. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great time. I really do enjoy them, those streams. So I'm hoping it's going to be a good one. A banger, as they say. Maybe even a double banger if we pull 2 cards in the same pack. Who knows? Yeah, we've had some great moments in the TCG streams, though. Are the shinies more powerful or just look pretty? Yeah, they're just alternate colors. There's no no statistical difference to them, though. Just they just look cooler in some cases. Some of them are really lame. There's one I always rant about in this game, Armarouge, who looks a bit like Mega Man. And Armarouge's one is really lame because all it does, the shiny version of it, which keep in mind, low odds to find it in the first place. The shiny version of Armarouge just changes its eye color. That's the only thing. So yeah. Pretty lame when it comes to some of them. Some of the shinies look really cool though, and they're probably better colored and look cooler than the originals. And then some of them just have really lame changes, which kind of sucks. But it is what it is, I suppose. Shiny base odds of finding one in a game is 1 in 4,096. Those are the base odds of finding a shiny. Yeah. We found a number in this game previously when we've been running around. Most of that comes from just luck, but you've also got to remember in a game like this compared to the other ones where this one is open world and Pokemon spawn in the overworld, your chances are effectively higher because you could find, say, 5 of the same thing at once rather than having to encounter 5 individual ones in an older game. So basically, your odds in this game are effectively better than they've ever been of finding a shiny. So it's easier to find them in this game than it has been in all of the previous ones, basically, just because the method of hunting them is significantly better. And it helps out a lot with that. Every time you want to find one of those, you just got to look straight into its eyes. Damn. Yeah, in the case of that specific one, the eye color is the only difference, yeah. There are some that are very subtly different in other ways. Some will be like a slightly different shade of a color. Some of them obviously are drastically different. Like you might have something that's normally black and then it's hot pink for the shiny. So you're obviously going to find that one out pretty quickly. But some of them, yeah, are going to be a lot more difficult to spot. That's just the way it is. And we got outsped. That's unfortunate. Ooh, damage though from Fuecoco. Let's go. Okay. Some big damage. I think the level cap here that we're looking at is 14 for the first gym, so we have got to be careful we don't stray too close. But that being said, we are going along quite nicely. And we should catch a couple of other Pokemon fairly soon. That'll be quite decent, so yeah. Oh, it's 15 even. 15. So not bad. Level 15. We're chilling. We're cruising along nicely. We don't need the Terra Orb because we're not going to use it either way. Even though the Terra Orb is kind of useful, we're not going to do it, don't worry. Not going to use it. Here we go. Yungoos. I don't think we're going to see Gumshoes back again, unfortunately. There's going to be no Totem Gumshoes in this one, doxing the enemies. Very sad. If Fuecoco is a monster this early on, though, look at this. Good stuff. Should be a 2-shot. Ah, sliver. Now I was hoping for a burn. Fuecoco, though. Solid as ever. Solid as a rock. Ferret. I think technically he's supposed to be like a mongoose, but I'm not sure. There is a I don't think it's in this game unless it's in the DLC, but there is specifically a ferret called Furret, who does look just like a ferret. But I think Yungoos, a lot of them are like weird hybrid things though, where they'll be based upon like a couple of different things. I think Yungoos is one of those, like, I think he's based on a mongoose anyway. Forgot about that one. Good old Furret. I remember for a while there was a video I kept seeing on YouTube where before they announced the remakes of the Diamond and Pearl games, there was a YouTube video that would just be Furret running on a treadmill until the games got announced, and the stream had been up for like a year. And it was just this same music. I think it was Azalea Town is the name of the theme from Gen 2. I have it in my like lo-fi playlist. I'll find the song real quick. Oh, here it is. Cumula Town. It was this. This music just played on a loop, and it was just Furret running on a treadmill. And that was or like on an escalator or something. And that was the entire stream. And it was just, it had text on the screen. And it was just, you know, like, Furret will keep going until Gen 4 remakes are announced. And it was just that. Yeah, it was He Walk. That's the one. I think that was the name of a lot of those ones. Of those, like, meme videos and stuff. It was amazing. The He Walk ones. It was, they were phenomenal. All long noodle ferrets. Hey, that's fair. A generalization, but a good one at that. Keep cracking on while we're here as well. Yeah, so we've only got 2 mons so far. We probably could have got a third, actually, with Tutel, but we couldn't find him. So I know he is really rare in the first area, so we will probably look for one a little later on. They are easier to find later on, I know that much, so we won't have trouble finding him in the end, but it just means we won't have a Dreadnought immediately, which is actually not a bad thing, because if you look at the first 3 gyms, it's Bug, then it's Grass, then it's Electric, and let's be honest, Dreadnought sucks against all of them anyway. Except maybe Bug, but like, that Teddy Ursa's kind of gnarly though. So basically Dreadnought would have been crap anyway, or Tutel would have been crap against the first few gyms anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Good old Furret. Yeah, those videos were always good. Those Furret videos. I bet there's another one up now and it'll just be like Furret keeps running until Gen 5 remakes. It wouldn't surprise me if there's another one. Yeah. All good fun though, isn't it? Thank you for being here again though, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Been a fun time so far. Thank you for being here and hanging out with me. Skip through all this. Thankfully, I put fast text speed on early as well, which helps. So we don't have to wait quite as long for the text. Which is very nice, I've got to say. I also will say, in about 5 minutes' time, there will be another break coming up. I've changed them so that they are more spread out than they were before. But obviously, because of this, it means that they're slightly longer in nature. So we have like a 1 3-minute break on the hour now. So we will be doing that in about 5 minutes time or so when the ads start, and then we'll take our break and we'll come back after that. So yeah. Everyone make sure that in that time you need to get a drink, have a stretch, do any of that stuff, that you get it done where you can. It's best opportunity to go and do those things when you have the chance. And that's kind of what they're for as well. Making sure that you can go get up, have a drink, have a stretch, do all the things you need to do, you know? So make sure you take the opportunity to do it when it presents itself. Nice. Are we free? I think we're free. Why are the other students moving at like 10 FPS? Because the game was made by a small indie company and definitely not Pokemon Company and Game Freak, who make billions of dollars every year. That's why. Made by a small indie dev team. No, basically it's that the game's really unpolished because they pushed it out way faster than they should have, and even nearly 2 years after launch, they still haven't fixed a lot of it. And I don't think they ever will. Because they're probably too busy working on the new stuff now rather than worrying about the older games. Which isn't a bad thing necessarily, you know. But yeah, it means that in certain parts you'll notice it more than others. There'll be certain things that'll be really bad FPS. A small child's severed head there at the back behind that soup bowl. But yeah, the 10 FPS, the clockwork children, as I like to call them. There's also one later on that we should see today in a town called Artisan. There's a giant windmill that goes at about 10 FPS. So much so that sometimes you'll see it like freeze and it will have moved to a completely different like position, and then it'll freeze and move. It'll just go like that, where it'll be like, it won't even move. It'll just kind of like lag it, so it'll rubber band its way around. There's a place on the map right above where that lurking steel titan is on the right hand side of the map there, called Lag Tree Thicket, as people call it. It's called Tag Tree Thicket, but everyone calls it Lag Tree Thicket because the game's performance is atrocious in that area of the map. If it rains, the game starts lagging and the FPS dies. If there's a sandstorm, any weather basically makes the game die in terms of its performance. What else? There is Casa Roya Lake in the top left, which if you go there, there's a lot of Pokemon spawn in the same area and it lags. But yeah, there's a lot of bits like that that are just kind of rough when it comes to those things. And yeah, it's not very pleasant on that side of things for getting caught with all of those annoying little bits. But what can you do, you know? Nice. Hey, can I ask you a question? Uh-oh, that always scares me. Hi, somebody. How you doing? Hi, Shags. Welcome in, gamer. Hey, we got Shuckle in chat. Part of an event. That's Pokey Catchit. Why would it scare you? It's a streamer knowledge thing that I guess you've never come across this before. But it's a streamer knowledge thing that when you get people who come in, it's usually on their first time ever talking. So you've been in before, but whenever someone's first message is like, "Can I ask you a question?" it'll usually be something like racist or something like that. And it's kind of like a common thing amongst streamers where it's like, if anyone ever says anything like, "Can I ask you a question?" as their first message, the mods in the stream are usually like kind of hover over the ban button, just like, oh, okay, get ready. So yeah, it's just like one of those things. You believe in God, just joking. What was your question? Somebody? I will try my best to answer it if I can. How you doing there, Shags? Welcome in, my dude. Also, quick thing to note as well, there is a break going to start in just a minute or two, so just be prepared, okay? There'll be a break starting in just a minute. Because I've changed it now where the breaks will be every hour. But they'll be slightly longer in nature to compensate for it, so just be aware that the break will be starting in probably the next minute. So if you've asked your question by that point, I'll wait until the break's done to answer it, just so you don't miss the answer, okay? Where do you train in Scarlet and Violet special attack? It's a great question. With that bracelet? The best way of doing it will probably be to find a Pokemon with special attack stats that it gives you when you fight them. And then to just farm whatever that is, which off the top of my head I can't think of one. I'll have a look in a second while the break's going, actually, but... yeah, we'll switch to the break real quick and we'll run that while we do this real quick. But the break's going to go on for a couple of minutes. I'm going to go have a stretch. That would be nice. I mean, I will look it up. Normally, in this case, if you were anyone else, I would have told you Google Google it yourself. But I'll look it up for you because we're on a break, so it's perfect timing. But as I always say when it comes to these things, Cerebi, Bulbapedia, all that stuff is always the better resource than I will ever be, because they're going to have more encyclopedic knowledge of the game. So, if it ever comes to anything like that, where you have a question about something that requires a specific answer, I would always recommend looking it up there instead, because I can always be wrong versus they're less likely to be. Okay? Well, I'm going to go refill my water and go for a stretch real quick, and I'll be back in a second, okay? We got about 2 minutes left on the break, so BRB, everybody. Okay, we're back. I've looked it up. So, from my very brief check that I just looked up, which version of the game are you playing? Somebody? Which one are you playing? Are you on Scarlet or Violet? Scarlet. Okay, so what you need to do is go into Area 0 and fight Sandy Shocks. They'll give you +3 every time you knock them out. Glamora, which you can find in Area 0, is also +2. And the easiest one, if you can't get to Area 0 yet, is you can get Hounda really early on in the cave that right at the start of the game. There's also Girafarig and Golduck are other options. Plus, then if you put the band on, of course, you'll get more every time you do it. So if you have the band, it basically adds 8 every time you get one of them. So it'll be 8 + 1, 8 + 2, or 8 + 3, depending on which Pokemon you knock out. So there you go. In German, the Pokemon you need to level EV is level 90. I don't know what the names will be in German, so I can't help you though at the translation, unfortunately. Yeah. The Paradox Pokemon that looks like Magnemite is one of them, or Magneton. As I say, this is why I usually advise in this situation the best thing for anyone to do is look it up themselves, because they can get the more specific information that they actually want. For me, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of difficult for me to like give a better example than just looking it up yourself, you know. Tried to, but got no result. Just type Pokemon Scarlet and Violet special attack EVs, and it'll be like the first result will show you all the Pokemon that come up with that stat. Glamora, Girafarig, Golduck, Houndour, Sandy Shocks. Like, I'm not trying to be difficult with, you know, not typing them out in chat or anything. But at the same time, you'll understand that I've got to, like, push on with stream. You know? So, like, I can't really take the time to type it all out. Yeah, Glamora, the fish. The weird fish that looks a bit like a flower. That one. That one's +2. The best Pokemon in the entire game for it would be one of the Paradoxes, which was Sandy Shocks, or if you were playing the other version, would have been Iron Moth. So, in which case, because you're on the version that I'm on, Sandy Shocks is what you need to fight. Which, just in Area 0. Yeah, that's pretty much it, and then Glamora. The best of them is Sandy Shocks, Girafarig, Glamora, and Golduck a second, with 2 points each. And Houndour gives you 1 apiece. So the most efficient way is Sandy Shocks, followed by one of the 3 Gs. Glamora, Girafarig, or Golduck. Apparently. That's like one of those questions which I'll always look up myself, because like when it comes to that type of stuff, I'm not like a competitive battler or anything. So I never have any reason to specifically spec into certain stats. So other than a few of just the really basic ones that kind of everyone knows, like Magikarp giving speed, it's not one that I kind of know about, you know? So I always just end up looking it up myself. Which is why I say what I do about, like, a lot of the time it's better to just look it up for yourself, if you can. Because it's like, there's some parts of the game I just don't have knowledge of. And, like, I'd rather have someone look it up and find an answer, you know, versus me tell them something that's wrong and then waste their time, you know. I think the fish will be easiest to hunt because I don't use sandwiches. Yeah, there's a lot of Glamoras in... If you go in Area 0 and go down to the bit where the lab is, you know, like the Crystal Cave? Where you go into, like, the final section, where you go right down to the big crystal. There's usually loads in there, so you should be able to find quite a lot in there. If you were using the sandwiches, obviously you could spawn tons of them, but there's still a lot in there anyway, so I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. You don't necessarily need to use sandwiches, it just makes it faster. And if you're in no rush, then, you know, no reason to do it, is there? To the schoolyard we go! This is actually a particularly slow one so far, where we haven't really rushed out of the blocks. We're going quite slowly. Not a bad thing, though, you know? Not a bad thing at all. And once again, as well, I forgot to mention, but thank you everyone for sitting through the break there and, you know, not only supporting the stream, but having a chance to hopefully have a stretch and a drink and do all that stuff you need to do. That's what I do on those breaks now. I think every time now, because I've changed it so that it's not every other break I'll do it. Every time we have a 1 hour break, I'll get up and have a stretch, so... or we'll, you know, if there's anything we wanted to look up or anything like that, we'll do it at that time, so... Yeah, it's, as I say, it's the perfect opportunity to do that, and that's the way I like to look at it when I view it as a break and anyone else does it. So, yeah, I think it's just a perfect opportunity to do it. It's kind of best of both worlds, isn't it? Because you guys don't need to watch the ads because you can get up and go do something else for a minute. But then also, you know, you don't have to sit around, so you get away from watching the ad, and you also get to do something you might have needed to do that you would have missed stream for. So it's like perfect in the way it works. The only thing is I'll have to try and like for multiplayer games, so for like War Thunder, I'll have to try and like artificially tweak it so that like we don't start a match near the hour mark. Yeah. Can also level it up as a side effect. That's true. You can. If it supports you, I watch it gladly. Hey, I appreciate that very much, you know. Nobody ever has to do anything like that. You know, when it comes to any of that stuff, no one even has to watch stream, you know. It's absolutely, at the end of the day, you know, a choice that you guys make, whether you want to come in here and hang out or not. And it's incredibly cool to me that a lot of you guys do enjoy hanging out here. And yeah, it kind of blows me away. Like, Shaggy will tell you, a few years ago when I first started, I was like, I mean, not only was I not in a good place just generally, but like I would always just kind of view it as like this was the worst stream on the platform. And I kind of just be like, what are you people doing? You know, you got so much like better people to go and watch than this shit, whatever we were doing. And I'd always just be like, yeah, come on now. You guys have got so many more better options to go to than here. You know, these days obviously it's a bit different, but no, I really appreciate the fact that you guys are hanging out here and vibing with me, you know. Whether you're lurking or chatting or whatever it is you're up to, I appreciate it very much. And thank you for supporting the stream in whatever capacity that is. As I say, whether that be some of you who do choose to do subscriptions and stuff like that, or bits, or just watching the stream, and, you know. Of course, if you want to get rid of the ads, the best way I always say to do it, if you have one, is to use a Prime sub. But if you don't have that, you know, then Turbo is always an option if you want to do it universally for multiple different streams. Or, of course, you know, I suppose the last option you're left with, other than just sitting through the ads, is dropping a sub. But, you know, I never would expect anyone to do that. And, you know, I never encourage anybody to do it necessarily. I'm never going to tell anyone how they should spend their money. And that's how it should be, you know. Mod says otherwise, you have to watch stream. Oh, I think I'm being trolled by Pokemon Community Game because the tutor has just appeared in chat. Are you serious? I think the longer ads might be a good call. Me too, Shags. I think it does leave... It may leave a little bit of a flat spot with the pre-rolls. I'm not sure. But it might be better to do the one break. It definitely feels less disruptive. I don't know. I just thought I might change it because, I don't know, it just felt like... Right now kind of feels like with the end of the Scarlet Violet monotype era, it feels like it's a time for change within the channel. And if there's any changes I was thinking about making, it kind of feels like now's the time to do them, you know? Or at least to think about doing them. So I guess like that's one of the first changes I've been thinking about, is just tweaking that. Would subscribe if I had the money to spend. I feel that, somebody. I talk about this every now and then, but like back in the day when I first started around on Twitch, I was a student still, and I used to spend. This isn't like a flex or anything. This is just how I became responsible. I used to spend way too much money for the amount of money that I had on Twitch. It was really irresponsible, and I actually regret it quite a lot. Me and Bevan used to basically just go around throwing gift subs around all the time, and neither of us had any money. And it was really like irresponsible. And I think there was one time I had something like 20 active subs, which is ridiculous. And I look at that now with, I think, 3, one of which is a Prime sub, and I'm like, holy shit, what was I doing? So I've cut that down significantly. A lot of that comes down to the fact that, you know, about the time actually when that happened, when I started cutting down originally, I was still working at the lab, so I had a consistent, you know, fairly decent income, so I could effectively afford it, because my costs were all low. But the way things are now, obviously, with the way that the economy in the world has changed and things, costs of everything have gone way up. And if I actually did that now, I would be broker than broke if I actually did that many subs. Like, if I paid that many subs every month these days, I probably wouldn't be able to buy food. I say probably. No, I wouldn't. I already know. And We sure as fuck wouldn't be doing a Pokemon stream in a bit. Can you still hear the music? Yes. In-game, yeah. Or the lo-fi, you mean? I paused the lo-fi. There you go, I can put it back on. The Pokemart theme. I can pause that at will. Yeah, no, you never have to worry about, like, subscribing or not or anything like that, as I say. I'm never going to tell anyone how to spend their money. Don't get me wrong. It's great if you want to do that and you want to support the channel, but I always say that, and it sounds really, like, cheesy, and I know some people are probably like, well, that's a bit cringe. The most valuable thing that anyone can give me isn't a subscription. The most valuable thing anyone can give me is time. Whether that be time checking out the channel or just time spent here in the stream if you've decided that you like the place and want to stick around. And that's kind of how I view it, you know? That's the most valuable thing anyone has in life is time. Because you can't buy it and get more of it. Everybody just has the amount they're given and that's it, isn't it? And if you choose to spend some of your time hanging out with me here, then, you know, I appreciate that very much, you know? Same, I've subscribed to creators in the past when I had the money and it feels amazing. Yeah, and like right now, there's loads of people who I look at and I think, damn, I wish I could sub to them. Loads of people. Because there's a load of people who I know are out there who are either in a situation kind of like me, who are in that, like, moving out of the small streamer kind of bracket and moving up to, like, the kind of next intermediate kind of bit. Or whatever. And, or just, you know, could probably make use of a sub. And I would love to sub to a bunch of them. There's loads of people. But at the same time, as a responsible individual with my money these days, which I have to be very careful about because, you know, I don't make a huge amount in the first place, so I have to be very responsible with how I deal it out and what I do with it. You know, I couldn't afford to do that even if I wanted to these days. Let's grab Shinx while we're here because we do need that as part of our team. What team's getting used? So this is a Hall of Fame one. So this is, we finished the monotypes now. This is a team of some of the Pokemon that we used during the runs that were like the kind of the final Pokemon we used. And there you go. So in this case, it's a mixed team. We have a fairy type. We have what would be our ghost type Pokemon here, which is Little Fuecoco, who will evolve. Dave will evolve up into Skeledirge. And now we've just got our electric type for the run, which will be Shinx, evolving up to Luxray. So. Yeah, me and Bevan used to go out in the old gift subs. It was kind of like a friendly rivalry, you know? Didn't mean audio-wise. I meant the music. I don't know what you mean. Like, I don't know what you mean. You mean in-game music? If so, I can hear the in-game music, yeah. It's just quieter. Sometimes it just goes quieter in some of the cutscenes. Please prioritize feeding, mate. Oh, I do, Shags, don't worry. I make sure that when it comes to anything, I spend money where I need to, and other than that, I don't really spend money. So, the only exceptions being for things like the Pokemon streams, which all of those usually come from us doing a sponsor. So, that's the, like, I always say that those are the reasons why we're able to do those special streams, and I mean it when I say it. Like, those sponsors are the reasons we're able to do those Pokemon streams. Because if it wasn't for us doing one of those in the first place and doing well, I genuinely wouldn't be able to afford to do it. Because it would be too much money for me to spend on something that, you know... Effectively, it would be too much money to spend on something that wouldn't give me money back. You know? And it would just be more smart for me to do something more constructive with that money, you know? But in the case of those where coming off the sponsor, it's kind of like a free hit or whatever. So that's why I decide sometimes that we're going to do the special Pokemon opening streams or whatever. Because we can effectively afford to do it as a nice treat every now and then, and, you know, we enjoy doing it, so. Like hanging out here. Skeledirge, my favorite Pokemon, let's go. Yeah, so we're doing like an all-stars run, kind of. Yeah, Jules. That's the best way to describe it. So it's kind of like that. We're doing like a... So I basically made it so that I grabbed a screenshot every time we finished a run of the 6 Pokemon we used. And then I grabbed those 6 Pokemon, put them all into the wheel that we used to spin for the type, and I would randomly spin the wheel to determine what team we got. And I did that 6 times for the teams that we got. So in the event of this one, this is the roster of Pokemon that we have to use. I'll run through them really quickly. We have, this is Team 1 overall. Dragonite, Wigglytuff, Pyroar, Forretress, Skeledirge, Quagsire, Clorf, Toxicroak, Luxray, Volcarona, Espathra, Breloom, Howlucha, Weavile, Dreadnought, Beartic, Arcanine, and Goodra. Now, some of the other Pokemon, if you have any favorites that you've seen throughout the previous runs, may well be coming up later on. But for now, they aren't here. Now, I think we've gotten Shinx, so I think now we're going to head back the other direction. We could probably grab Growlithe. He's a little further on, though. Oh, maybe we could. Maybe we'll scout what level Growlithe... Nah, we don't need Growlithe yet. We'll go and do it later on. It'll be fine. We'll get Growlithe a bit later. Video is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. I've never taken a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, actually. They haven't offered me one for a very long time. I remember originally when I first started, like, streaming a bit more. This was probably 2 years ago. They did offer me some sponsor things with them. But, like, at the end of the day, right, when it comes to those types of things, I'll always be transparent about it when it comes to doing the sponsors. Because at the end of the day, right, the sponsors generate money for the stream, and that money usually goes into the stream, right? So whenever it comes to one of those things, when we do the sponsors, this is a genuine thing, right? Out of the money we make for any one sponsor, I probably take less than 20% for myself. 80% of it goes towards funding future stream stuff. So, now that stuff hasn't come to fruition yet, because we're quite close to the total that we were looking for the thing that I've been mentioning we might end up doing in the future. I think maybe we're like 1, maybe 2 sponsors away from funding it fully, which is kind of cool. But yeah, so, like, I'm not going to bullshit and kind of, like, beat around the bush with that type of stuff. The sponsors generate money for stream, and the money is required to make things happen, because I don't have the money to make it happen otherwise, right? Which is why when it comes to those types of things, I'll never, like, push them super aggressively, but it's always nice if people help out with them, because it's kind of like a reward where it's like, if we push hard in the sponsor and do well, we get some nice reward for stream, right? Or we get a bonus reward for stream, like the Pokemon opening stream. Everyone hates Raid Shadow Legends. Everyone memes on Raid Shadow Legends, I know that. I've never actually played the game myself, so I can't say whether I think it's a bad game or not, you know? I guess I wouldn't place my judgment on it until I played it. The most recent one we did, Watcher of Realms, as well. This is another thing as well when it comes to those ones. The Watcher of Realms that we just finished doing, we did it a couple of weeks ago. I'm still playing it as well. So it's not like a situation of me just doing it and going, haha, there's some free money, and then never touching the game again. So if you look at it, yeah, Watcher of Realms, I'm still playing now. I think there's 2 active members of the clan still, me and 2. We've out of the stream folks who played it, because obviously you know, a lot of you guys jumped in to help out and support, and you weren't really that interested in the game, which is fair enough. But yeah, the 2 of us are still like we're propping the clan up, you know, we're making sure that it doesn't die. Let's make sure we go and get leftovers now as well, because we do need to go and do that. So let's go and grab the leftovers, and then while we're on there, there is one Pokemon I think we can catch on the way there, which is Flittle. So we might consider doing that if we can. I don't think there'll be any other Pokemon we can grab immediately, but we can get Clorf as well a bit later on. So, yeah. I would play it for stream. What, Raid Shadow Legends? Hey, I don't know what will come up, you know? I don't know what comes up. I don't get like a guaranteed list or any previews of that stuff. I just kind of get a message from Stream Elements every once in a while where they say there's a general sponsor coming out. You want to know? I'll mention this because it's a bit of a meme, right? And so I'd never like take any of these, nor have I seen one like this before. There was an Ant Legion for the Swarm one that popped up for me the other day that gave the biggest estimated number that you could make from it that I've ever seen. And I went to look at it just to see what it was asking for, And I figured out really quickly why it was saying that it would give the amount of money that it did. But it was fucking crazy. But it basically all came down to the majority of the goals in that specific one that they added on is it was across a month instead of a week. And there was a lot of, like, buy the paid packs. One of the paid packs being $100, £100. And I'll reveal what the actual offer was in a minute, but it was fucking crazy. And I never would take it because not only have we done Ant Legion anyway, but it was wild. But you have a good one, though, somebody. Take it easy, huh? Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you hanging out with us. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night, okay? Take it easy, man. But yeah, like, so when I say this as well, this isn't the norm for what I would be offered on one of these, okay? Right? And I've made nowhere near this amount ever on one of the sponsors, okay? Just to point that out, because it's not like I'm going to say this and everyone's going to go, wow, you're making tons of money. I don't get anywhere near this. This is just the estimate of if you maxed everything out, and I think if 50 people did every goal. The highest one I've ever seen was $24,000. I was like, there ain't no way. It's like, no, this isn't right. And I looked, and for that Ant Legion one, the offer was 24,000. But to do that, you had to get 50 people to do, like, every goal, which I think per person involved spending, like, $200 on the game. And getting to, like, I think it was, you had to get the Ant Queen up to, like, level 35. Now, I remember from when I was grinding it myself, when we did the smaller sponsor for a week, it was really slow getting that Ant Queen up. And I was like, mate, there ain't no, even with a month, there ain't no way we're getting level 35 on that. So I think those ones, they deliberately, like, entice you with what looks like a really good thing on paper, and then they make it deliberately difficult to achieve it anyway, because, of course, you know, the objective is to get people to play the game. And, but yeah. So for reference, I've never made anywhere near close to that on a sponsor before, so that isn't the norm, but that's just the highest I've ever seen, which I thought was kind of funny. 24,000, that's the highest I've ever seen. It was crazy. I don't think I've ever seen anyone post one that high before, and I don't know why they offered it to me either. Because, quite frankly, we don't have a hope in hell of getting anywhere near that. Just because if you look at the size of the stream and stuff like that, the chance of me getting 50 people to download it is quite small in the first place. Let alone different people who haven't downloaded it before, because we did that one previously. We did it last year, I think it was. Or was it? No, maybe it was early this year. But, we've done Ant Legion before, and it was actually a really fun game at the time, and there's a couple of people I know who still play it, actually, which was really cool. So I'm glad. I ended up stopping playing that one specifically for the reason of they ended up... I don't really know why, because they never gave a reason, but they ended up terminating the clan that we made, and it rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. So I stopped playing after that. But I still played on for a good couple of weeks, maybe 2-3 weeks afterwards, until the clan randomly got terminated, and then I kind of... stopped playing. But yeah, I just thought it was kind of funny. They see our potential, maybe. I don't know though. Like with those types of things, I think it's really hard because, like, I don't know. It's hard to like fathom it, you know. Because if you think about one of those sponsors, it requires a lot of work from a lot of people to make happen, okay? Kind of like, do I say what I want to say about the next bit? Because I kind of want to, but at the same time I don't. Just because it's one of those things I always say we don't talk about. But I'm kind of tempted to, just for context. But, like, it requires a lot of work from people to do it. In some cases it doesn't, because some of the goals can be done in, like, 5 minutes, right? But to, like, basically to really do well on those sponsors, it requires a few people, like we've had in the past, like Shags or a Chili or someone like that, who really goes crazy on it. Bowl is another good example of someone who's gone kind of hard on some of those events before. Oreo. And there's loads of people who've gone crazy. Bevan's done it as well. But it requires like a number of people to go really aggressively on those to hit the big goals. Because that's the way they work, right? Is the way that they work with those sponsors, if anyone doesn't know, if you're just curious as a non-streamer or whatever, is you basically earn certain amount of money per goal completed, right? So say it was like, reach level 5 gave you $10. Reach level 10 gave $15 per person who does it. And then reach level 25 was like 50. Right? But you have a week to do it, and it basically takes grinding significantly every day to get to level 25. So to make it worth it in terms of the actual payout side of things at the end of the day, what you need is for multiple people to be willing to invest the time to grind up to the really hard goal or the RNG goal, like in some of them where it'll be draw a legendary hero in game or whatever, right? Which is just pure RNG. And we've had it in a number of them where some of us will pull none for ages, or some of us will go on a night and we'll pull like 5 legendaries and it'll be crazy. It happened in Ant Legion when we needed to get the legendary ant, the yellows, like the golds, and I ended up pulling one on a random free draw that I got, just a single on one night. You know? Yeah, so from my experience, the way that it goes with those, as I say, like I can't go into specifics of it because I will say actually I don't think Stream Elements in like their contracty bit, I think they say that you can't specifically talk about it anyway, hence why I don't normally mention it. But I'm pretty sure I've read through it and I've kind of fringed on it before, and I thought I hope they didn't see this because they probably wouldn't be very happy with me, because I don't think you're supposed to go into the specifics of it. But generally the way that it goes is that 9 times out of 10 the highest payout you'll get for any one goal will be the one that involves people buying stuff. But I won't ever encourage people to do that, of course, because I would rather you do something for free to support the stream rather than spend money. Because at the end of the day, like, it's kind of no better than just gifting subs or something, you know? The whole point of like the sponsors when I do them is it's usually something that's a free-to-play game that can be done by investing a little bit of time if you wanted to, and then you can do it completely for free. You don't have to spend money in order to support. Versus with those, like I think if I remember rightly, I think the equivalent of the previous one, you remember there was the... I might be fringing this here, so I don't know. Stream Alerts might be angry at me for this, but I'm going to spoil the secret. But when it came to the most recent one, I think the double legendaries goal, which was difficult, keep in mind, because the pull rates in Watcher of Realms for legendary heroes are pretty brutal. And a lot of us ended up getting 1 across the week that we played it for, but not 2. As it turns out now, keep in mind, we've played on an extra... I think I've played over a month now. I've played 33, 34 days, and I have 4 legendaries in 35 days. Something like that. And we needed to try and get 2 in 7, which I thought was quite an ask, but RNG dependent, because Shaylay managed to get 3 in about a week, so, you know, I don't know how he managed to do that. But... yeah, like when it came to that type of stuff, the double legendary heroes had the same payoff at the end as buying the daily legendary pack. So usually the way that you'll get it, where the goal that you can pay for is usually about the equivalent of the really grindy one that there's usually thrown in there. That's for the hardcore people. Like as I say, it'll be like in Ant Legion, I think it would be like get to level 10 on the Ant Queen or whatever in our one we did before, which requires probably like at least 4 or 5 days of active playing. Or you could effectively double it up by doing the one that you pay for, which is fine in some cases, right? Because like if someone's going to play the game more, they might end up thinking about doing that, which is fine. Or if someone really just wants to support it for the sake of stream, they might end up going, okay, I'll drop the $5 or whatever to get the gold Ant just so I can help out. But in the case of the more expensive ones, obviously it gets to a bit of a crazy level then. Like with this most recent one, where it was... because I went to look just out of interest. And... yeah, it was... I think it was a $100, like, monthly pass they wanted you to buy. To do that goal. Now, again, without specifically mentioning it, because I don't think they like it. Not that they ever see this, probably. If you looked at the amount that would be paid compared to the payoff, the $100 investment per thing for how much it made back for the goal, it wasn't worth it. If anyone was going to do it, right? It wouldn't be worth it. So I would always avoid like those types of goals anyway. That's why I always say it when, for reference, if you're wondering, I think it was, and again, Stream Elements, please don't castrate me for saying this. I think for every $100 pack that someone bought, it made 120. So you basically made like $20 on top of what the person had already spent. Which, in my mind, personally, for a pack that was that expensive, is not worth it. And I would never encourage anyone to go near paying that for one of those goals, because that would be ridiculous for the payoff it gave. Now, if it was like 250 or something, maybe. You know? But like, 120 for paying 100, I thought was a bit steep. This was in that Ant Legion, the 25 grand one, so it makes you... Or the 24,000 one. It makes you sort of realize how some of the money is made in these goals. And again, for reference, I've never accepted one that has been anywhere near that amount of money. And the way that it works is I don't get paid anything unless we complete the goals, right? So it's not like I just guarantee make money from doing these things. It involves effort put in on all sides to actually make them work. So they're not quite as like fruitful as they might seem on paper. And it requires, as I say, a lot of work, not just from me, but also from you guys to make them work, which is why I'm so grateful when some of you guys are able to really go in or get lucky and you get those gold summons or whatever, because it genuinely can go a huge way in order to pumping that stuff up, right? And making it so that it becomes from worthwhile to insane. Which is why, so you remember the Star Trek Fleet Command one that we did, right? If you remember that one from last year when we did the Fleet Command one, which was the reason we did the Pokemon week, the celebration week. The reason that we did that celebration week is because we did so well in that one sponsor week. Right? That one sponsor, like, thing that we did, because in that case we ended up getting some extra stuff, because basically we had... It was a weird situation where it was on phone, right? But what ended up happening was anyone who did it on Android, for some reason they didn't count. So when we got to the end of the thing, I kind of kept track of it using a like spreadsheet to try and think about who I knew was... I'd like ask everyone if they were on Android to keep track of it. And we got to the end of it and I complained to Stream Elements and I asked them about it, which they couldn't figure out why it wouldn't work for Android. But as a result, they ended up giving us all of the missing events for people that had completed it but hadn't come up on the thing, the counter. But they also gave us some extra ones as like a you know, goodwill thing, you know, as like a kind of good faith thing for being like, yeah, sorry, we fucked up, we'll help you out a little here. And they ended up doing that, and it also went into the hard goal that like hardly anyone completed. So they gave us like a couple of extra ones for the goal that actually made like stronk monies. And so basically because of the ones that they'd added, we went and almost doubled our money with the additional ones that got added on. So the hard work of everyone, actually, like 100%, the hard work of everyone in that week for Star Trek Fleet Command 100% funded that whole Pokemon special week where we did our 1K follow celebration. That got funded by that one sponsored stream. Not only because of getting lucky at the end with them giving me the pity points, but also like the hard work we put in during the week to basically double our score was kind of insane. And yeah, that's the best we've ever done on one of those before. A lot of the rest of them usually, so in comparison to those, in that one specifically, I think the best we've done minus the Fleet Command is we've done about half of that. That's as close as we've gotten. We've done about half as well as that one ever, which we've matched that I think about 2 or 3 times now, but we've never managed to get close to beating the Fleet Command one, and I think it'll be really hard because if you looked at that one, I think we had like we maxed out 2 of the goals where we got over 20 completions or 25 completions, which was kind of wild that that many people got involved and helped out with it, and it really blows me away. Yeah. But, I mean, as we're talking about it, I'll say this now. I do have plans probably to do another one, maybe even a second one before the end of the year. I don't know. Because now that we're so close to funding that stream project, it's like we might as well kind of finish it up. Or something like that. And, you know, we may end up looking at doing another one, maybe another 2 before the end of the year, so... yeah, who knows? But we'll keep it in mind, though. So, TLDR, we're not doing the Ant Legion one. But, yeah. We might have a look at another one at some point before the end of the year. But I thought that was crazy, though. For reference again, though, the one that offered the 24,000 or whatever it was, I've never seen any... I don't think I've ever even seen one about a third as good as that before. Probably even a quarter, like, as much as that before in terms of one of the ones that got offered. Because, as I say, usually those ones involve a lot of wanting people to spend money to make those ones happen. But I thought that was fucking crazy that I found one. That's 24,000. It was insane. It just made me think, if they're offering that to me, what they offering to other people who do, like, way, you know, who effectively, based on their channel size and stuff, have way higher performance in these events. I was like, if you were, like, a partner with, say, like, 100 concurrent viewers, I wonder what they're, like, offering them. I was like, god damn, dude. Must be some insane fucking deals out there for some people. Oh, it's like, there ain't no way. Was hoping for the Ant Legion 24k. No, I would never. I honestly don't think I would do that one anyway. I mean, this is the problem, right, with them. This is the only thing when it comes to these sponsors. You can only do them once, right? Because Ant Legion was a great one. I actually really enjoyed the game and I thought it was really fun. It's nothing to do with that. But all of us already did it, right? We already downloaded it. And what Ant Legion wants is new people to play the game. So if we did it again, we'd never be able to get anywhere near what we did the first time, purely from the fact that we've all already downloaded it. So it would make it really difficult to actually make them worthwhile. So even with that one where it offered 24k, it's like... it just wouldn't be possible for us to really make it work. And again, 24,000 is like outlandish as a number for what they've offered, and I've never got anywhere near, you know... Anyway, I've never even done 10% of that from a sponsor. Keep in mind, right? So, like, I don't know why they offered that. It was kind of wild that they even gave it to me, but yeah. I wasn't going to take it, because also just looking at it, and I always do this before I take any of them as well, I couldn't justify myself. Basically, I look at it like this, right? This is like my justification for some of them. And I look at it from the perspective of, I wouldn't ask anyone to try and complete the goals for any of those sponsors that I wouldn't be prepared to do myself. That's how I look at it, right? So if I look at it and it said, get to level 50 in a week, I would look at that and go, fuck me, dude. If I had, you know, 28 hours in the day and I ground for 20 of them, I wouldn't be able to make that. I'm not going to expect other people to do that, no. If I looked at it and I thought, okay, this is doable or whatever, and I am not appalled by the requirement of grind that it asks for, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, this might be doable. Like, would it be possible for me to complete this, and would it be, like, outrageous to try and do it? No. Maybe we'll give it a go. That's usually my, like, litmus test for it. And so with the Ant Legion one, the reason I would immediately get rid of it, other than, say if we got it for the first time, not as a second time, the reason I would throw that one out is because I would immediately look at it and go, I ain't prepared to pay $100 for a pack to make anything for this, and I'm never going to expect anyone else to. So I'm not even going to entertain the fact of doing that one, because that would just be ridiculous for me to propose, I think, you know. That's kind of like my way that I look at it, as I say. Where it's like, if I'm not prepared to do something myself when it comes to those grinds, or wouldn't be, because obviously I can't, because in the event of it, I don't count towards my own goals. I did in Watcher of Realms, but in the other ones, the phone ones, I don't. So, if I wouldn't be prepared to do that for myself, I wouldn't expect anyone else to do it, no. That's kind of how I look at it. So with the Ant Legion one, it put me off straight away, because I thought, even if I had a month, there ain't no way I'm grinding to level 30 on the Ant Queen, and there ain't no way I'm paying $100 for a pack. You know? So there's like no way would I ask people to do the same. I would feel wrong if I asked people to do that for me, or to try and do it for me. Even if I said, oh, don't worry about the pack, just try and grind to level 30. People have lives, and people don't have time to do that shit. So, honestly baffled at the deals offered to famous internet people. Yeah, it makes me wonder, though, like, with that, as I say, if that's getting offered to me as a small person, I wonder what some of the big people get. You know? What, like, really big streamers would be offered by companies for doing sponsors. Like, YouTube people more so than Twitch, because, I mean, obviously a lot more people on YouTube you'll see will be, like, NordVPN, Surfshark. BetterHelp was one for a while that everyone was doing, but then they found out the company was kind of crap. You know, it's like, you'll see, like, those big ones, don't you, that are, like, the common ones that people would do. Wasn't there a company for watches for a while? What were they called? There was a watch company for a while that people were doing a couple of years ago on YouTube. Everyone was doing the watches. Raid Shadow Legends obviously is one that does a lot on YouTube. There's a lot of those types of ones. And, yeah, I suspect actually the numbers, if you ever saw it, would be kind of crazy for, like, a channel. If you had, like, 100k subs on YouTube, I bet they probably offer you fucking bank for each video you made. Watches? Not even, like, smartwatches? No, it was like a... I can't remember what the name was called. There was a company, it was probably 5 years ago now. It's definitely pre-pandemic. That a lot of people, you'd see a lot on YouTube where it was a watch company. And they would make digital and manual watches that they would, like, promote via YouTube. And they would send, like, free watches to people and get them to promote them on their YouTube videos or whatever. I can't remember what the name of the company was. What was the name of the company? Anyone who was super into YouTube at the time might randomly remember, but it's super niche. But yeah, it was like everybody was advertising this watch company. It was kind of wild. HelloFresh is another one actually you see a lot of, or like Factor is another one. Although apparently I've heard Factor is also owned by HelloFresh, I think. So that's another one you'll see a lot of, like, meal plan ones. And it'll usually be along the lines of, like, as gamers, we know that we're not very healthy, so let's all sign up to HelloFresh and start eating well. Which is good in premise, but of course, you know. HelloFresh has its problems with being kind of expensive, depending on whether you're getting into it or not. So yeah, like, a lot of those common ones, I genuinely, not that it's any of anyone's business other than the person who's involved, keep in mind. But it'd be genuinely interesting to find out what kind of numbers a company would offer someone that big. Just out of genuine curiosity. Probably it would make you super depressed when you found it out, because, like, you would probably find it out and go, fuck me, man, like, you know. You're thinking, like, damn, they earn more in one video for promoting watch company, you know, whatever the watch company is, than you earn, like, a month doing your 9 to 5 or whatever. Because some people make really insane money on the internet, it's wild. Yeah, it is crazy. It's crazy how it's become a genuine thing that people can look at, whereas 10 years ago you wouldn't have even thought about it, but now you think about it in 2024, that, like, kids can grow up and be like, yeah, I want my career to be based on content creation and stuff on the internet. Hey, yo, First Evolution! And they can just be like, yeah, I want to be a content creator in the future. Or something like that. It's kind of crazy that that's, like, the place we're at, and it's actually viable that people could do that. Now, it requires work and stuff like that, don't get me wrong. But people could actually viably do it as a youngster these days, and it's kind of crazy. Gamers, you've heard of touching grass, but have you heard about cooking? Yeah. It's a different kind of touching grass. It's like you've touched grass outside before once or twice, but have you touched grass while cooking? And that grass is called herbs. Or vegetables. They're not as egregious as some, though. There's some companies out there that are quite bad. I did hear bad things for a while about the HelloFresh ones on Stream Elements, where apparently they didn't pay people. They just got a bunch of free promotion and then ghosted the people and never paid them, which I thought was pretty cheeky of them. That was pretty bad. I heard about that from a couple of people who are complaining about it. These weren't people I knew either. These are just people I found on Twitter who were talking about it. Yeah. Yeah. TLDR though, sponsors kind of make the world go round when it comes to internet people, and you know, I say the same for me. I have no like problem saying that if you looked at it in the average month where we complete a sponsor compared to a normal Twitch month, I probably make 10 times the amount that I do from Twitch on a sponsor. Which I guess is kind of cool in a way, because it means that I'm making more from something that's free than it is from something that people sometimes pay for, in the case of subs. Which I guess is a good thing. And I kind of look at it from that perspective. It's a good thing, and I'd rather make money from a big company than make money from Twitch, where, say, 50% of that came from, like, subs or something, you know? Like, I'd rather fleece the big company than I would fleece you guys, because that's not what I'm about. And everybody knows how much of a squeeze is they're on about money and things, and the last thing I want is to, you know, make loads of money off you guys spending money. It's the last thing I want. But if we can do stuff for free, and we can infinite money glitch our way through life by generating free funds for stream, great stuff. Herbs, like they say across the Atlantic. They do, don't they? They say herbs, Americans. I think it's the only... I assume Canadians do as well. Herbs. Never understood where the silent H thing comes from. Nah, squeeze us for cash. Squeeze us for cash. Alright then, Shags. I explain this. You're not subscribed at the minute. Why not? Unbelievable, Shanks. Have you been using your Prime on other people? Is that what it is? Cough it up, mate. Cough it up. You don't have $5. You have all this time to sit around watching stream all day, but you don't have $5. We're about to get cancelled on Twitter for that one. Out of context streamer clips. We're about to get cancelled. But nah, like when it comes to stuff like that, obviously, you know, as I say, the optimal situation with something like that, in terms of making money from like Twitch or anything like that, or YouTube or whatever, is to make money from people not spending money. You know? That's how it's like... That's like the optimal thing. Like, I guess to some degree, you could look at it and it's like... You would rather make money on Twitch from ad revenue than you would from subs, because ad revenue means no one's had to pay anything in the first place to generate that, right? It's big corporation who's paying for the ads to be run who is losing money. Right? Rather than, like, Shags there, you paying your $5 sub, and then, let's be honest, Twitch says they pay 50-50, but they don't. That's a myth as well, I think. Twitch needs to really sort their stuff out, though, when it comes to things like that. Talked about this a lot, but like UK subs especially, or European subs, yeah, Twitch has got it all fucked when it comes to the quote-unquote 50-50 for that. And this goes for like everybody, I've noticed. And it's really fucked that you're effectively punished for being in Europe and subscribing to people. Because this is a common thing, but when it comes to a sub from a European country, there's nowhere near 50-50. Sub gifts pay even less, isn't that true? Depends where they're from. The region of where a sub is based depends on the value you get for it. So say like... from my experience, right? And I can only speak based on what I've seen on my own Twitch channel. What I've seen on my own Twitch channel, the closest you ever get to 50% is from US-specific subs. Everywhere else in the world, there's some that are vaguely close. Most other places in the world are way off when it comes to the 50-50 split. Now, in my opinion, This is something Twitch should genuinely take notice of, and I don't even know if they know it's a thing. I'd assume they do, and they just choose not to do anything about it. In my opinion, the most egregious one is UK subs. Because keep in mind, right, this is just the way that currency works. They adjusted the stuff a while ago to make it so that subs were the same value, right? They did the currency change. So UK subs got knocked down to £4 from £5 because they determined that, you know, the dollar was stronger than... the pound was stronger than the dollar. And so me paying £5 versus someone in America paying $5 for a sub, I was effectively paying $6, right? Because the pound was worth more, okay? And it still is. I think it's something like a dollar is 78... a pound right now is like 78 cents or 77 cents US. So it's worth about 20-25% more, right? The pound. But if you look at it, and this is a genuine thing, and again, Twitch should take notice of this. If I subscribed to my own channel, which is impossible, but, you know, stick with me here. If I subbed to my own channel with a £5 subscription, which is the equivalent of $6, which someone in the US pays for a sub, how much would you expect that you made from that sub if it's 50-50? So it's 50-50 between me and Twitch, and it's a $6 sub equivalent now. How much does Twitch make, and how much do I make? Because it should be the same. As you'd expect from what they advertise. £2.50. Well, I guess $2.50, yeah. So about or $3, so it should be about £2.50, yeah. The amount that, if I subscribe to myself, I would actually make in dollars, not in pounds, remember, because pounds are worth more, is 1.8. So it's more like somewhere between 75.25 and 66.33. And it's something I've noticed for a couple of years now, that for whatever reason, when it comes to people from European countries subbing to people where they have to pay the same or similar price for a sub, the streamer always seems to get shafted, and I don't really know why. And part of me goes, Twitch doesn't know this is a genuine thing, but based on some of their business practices, I suspect they're fully aware of this and this is a deliberate thing. In the same way that Prime subs are region locked and a Prime from a UK-based person, so me giving my Prime to someone, is about half the value of what you would get from someone else if they were in the US. It kind of makes you feel like it's not worth giving it out sometimes, because you're like, damn, people get fuck all from my sub. You know? I'm pretty sure they probably are aware of it, I don't know. But it just kind of makes it all a bit redundant, doesn't it? Because if you look at it and you think, I know we're talking about this a lot, it's like people are probably bored hearing about it now. But it's kind of ridiculous that if Twitch says something like we offer 50-50 sub splits, you've got to do it, and someone should hold them accountable for that. Hence why, I mean, everybody says this, but like the best way to grow and the best way to make like money as a streamer is to not do it on Twitch. To do it off stream on somewhere else, on YouTube or something like that. That's like the general rule of thumb when it comes to that, is unless you're a massive streamer who has contracts with Twitch, you don't make money on Twitch, you make money on other platforms. And Twitch is kind of just like a side hustle project, you know? But it's kind of ridiculous though. You gotta wonder where it gets lost in the wash though, don't you, Shags? If you think about it, again, I don't know what it's like for other people, but as I say, I can only speak based on UK subs, because I know I've talked about this with Mirage before, because Mirage is obviously a mate of mine that I know. I don't know roughly when his sub comes up, so I see it every month. If I'm ever looking through it, I see it pop up at like 180, 179, 180 in USD, which is obviously nowhere near the $6 effectively that he paid. So, I don't know. Twitch needs to like be way more transparent with a lot of things that they choose not to, quite frankly, and I think it puts a lot of people off. It also creates bad will with the company because, you know, can you really trust them with other things if they do that. We're also on a break now, so speaking of that, here you go. Free way to support the stream again. So we're going to switch to the BRB screen for a minute, and we're going to hang out for a few minutes here. I'm also going to go stretch my legs. I'll just read what Shag said real quick. Same time, weaker currencies surely follow different rules. $5 USD Twitch sub would be too expensive for people over here, so it's equivalent to about 180. Yeah, so the way it works in other countries is it's all like based on, yeah, where you're from. In the same way that the things do. So in the case of like Chile, I talked about this with Chile a while ago. Subs for Chile are really really inexpensive. They were like the equivalent of $1 or $2 or something. So yeah, in terms of like the equivalent, it's way lower. It all depends on the regional currency, but I think when it comes to that, pounds specifically, UK-based people get really shafted on it, and Twitch needs to look into that. Because it feels unfair that someone can pay the same amount, if not more, for a sub, yet the person on the receiving end of it who they're paying to support gets significantly less than they would if they were from a different place. You know? It's pretty sad, really. Because, you know, a lot of people subscribe to people because they want to support them, not necessarily to get rid of the ads. And if they knew that they were getting a third of the support that they should be getting, or whatever, you know, 40%, I don't think they'd be very happy. But anyway, I'm going to go up and stretch my legs real quick and get some water, so I'll be back in a minute, okay? But everybody sit tight, we'll be back in a few minutes, and we will crack on again, okay? BRB, everybody. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody, from the break. I don't know if you heard what I said, Shags, but wonder how much of that would generate into GBP revenue for a streamer. Hang on, let me have a look. At the same time, weaker currencies. Oh, that's the other thing as well that's always like kind of confusing about it, I find, is that Twitch only deals in USD, so you're never going to get like it to work properly in terms of it being the currency that you're looking for, so you're always going to have to deal with exchange rates in the first place. But that's because while they accept it, they all convert everything into dollars because they're in the US, so I assume for tax reasons or something it makes it easier to pay everything out in dollars instead. So it means that also, if you were looking at it effectively, you're also, if you're in another country, you're at the mercy of the currency exchange rates as well. But yeah, no, from my experience that I've seen, Shags, it's all basically on a scale, and depending on where the sub comes from, the value will change. But as far from my own experience, the only ones that I can actually look at and say I know are about 50-50 or close enough to 50-50 are US-based subs. Those are the only ones that I've seen. I don't know if that's the same for other people. I'd be interested to know what other streamers' opinions were on it, whether they'd seen the same thing. But from my experience, it's only US-based ones that come out to about a 50-50. And for the reasons that I kind of said before, that's why it's disappointing. It's not the fact that the streamer makes less in the long run, right? That isn't really the problem here. I'm not complaining about that. My complaint is that if I was thinking about it from the perspective of if I was the person giving the subscription to someone, which in a couple of cases I do, it sucks to know that I'm paying the same amount of money for the person on the other end who I'm trying to support to get way less for the same equivalent, you know? If you think about it with something else, right? You went, like, think about it with, like, alright, we use the example of the Pokemon stuff, the booster box, right? Me and Shags both walk into the same TCG shop to buy a booster box, and we both buy one. We pay the same amount of money. We go in with a crisp £100 or 100 of our equivalent currencies, right? And I walk in and I go, here's £100. I'll have a booster box of Stellar Crown, please. And he goes, all right, lad, give me a second. He grabs one. He puts it on for me. And I go, lovely. I've got a full box of Stellar Crown. Nice. And then Shags walks in and he goes, can I have a 100 quid's worth of Stellar Crown, please? And he pulls out 6 packs and goes, there you go, lad. But you've paid the same amount of money, but you get significantly less. You know? That's my problem with it. It's not the value in itself going to the street. It's not from a selfish perspective of me going, Twitch, give me more money, right? It's from the perspective of, from the other side of it, it annoys me that me as someone who also subscribes to other people, they effectively get punished for me paying because I'm from over here. You know? And it's kind of like, I wonder if I went on a VPN and I bought a sub from a US, like, IP address mask, whether they would make... I don't know. That'd be an interesting experiment. Whether if you used a VPN, I wonder if it would think you were from the US. I wonder. That's actually that's an interesting idea now I've thought about it. But there you go. That in itself is stupid that I have to even think about that and go, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? That I could actually sit there and go, it might be better for using a VPN just to subscribe to people so that they make more money off the subscription that costs the same. Dumb, isn't it? You get my point now, right? It's like, I just find it weird that effectively certain people in currencies where they pay the same amount for their subscription, streamer on the other end gets, like, a different amount. And I just think it's really wrong. It's one of those things that I think when it comes to Twitch, they really need to be more transparent about a lot of things, and I think that's one of them. Like, I mentioned this before, fairly recently, but I saw this where, if anyone, I think it was last stream I mentioned it. If anyone's ever had this, you'll notice sometimes, some of you, I don't know, it might be region-based. If you go into your... If you click the gift subs button right now, and it comes up, you may well have a thing on there that gives you a discount, right? And it will say 20% off gift subs right now. And those 20% off is great. And then you'll realize very quickly after that the 20% off that Twitch is giving you is not only just reverting the gift sub price back to what it was last month before they raised the price, but, as was confirmed by Twitch support afterwards on Twitter, both Twitch and the streamer take the hit for the discount, whereas normally, say, with September or one of those types of promotions, you still get paid the equivalent same amount of a regular sub, even though it's on discount. This one, they chose not to do that, where you get the equivalent 50-50, if it even is 50-50, of the discounted price. And the reason it was a problem is because Twitch failed to mention this. Instead, they actually said that no, it made no difference to the amount you got, and required a shitload of people on Twitter to pressure them into actually saying what they meant, and then they eventually admitted it. Which them admitting it is absolutely fine, and it's fine that they chose to do that, you know, if they're trying to save money, that's fine. Problem is that they didn't actually tell anybody that that's what they'd done in the first place. They effectively just went, no, we'll just cover that up until people ask, and then we'll tell them. You know? It's like, if Twitch was more transparent about a lot of that stuff, people wouldn't have as much of a problem with some of their decisions to do things. But lacking transparency is like a way to ruin trust very quickly. And Twitch has it in fucking abundance when it comes to ways to very quickly ruin their level of transparency with people and therefore break people's trust. And they seem to do it very frequently. And you've got to wonder that whoever it is who makes the decisions for the Twitch PR team to put out ridiculous decisions and tweets like they do sometimes, where they'll announce something completely outlandish, you've really got to wonder how they're still in the job. Or at least the people who make the decisions in the first place. Because some of it is just idiotic, the things they come up with. And they got to know that they're going to get a ton of backlash for it. Yeah, getting on a VPN wouldn't be that hard. Paying with a US located card, though. Would that matter, Shags, though? I don't know. You might know more about this than me. I don't use VPNs or anything, so I don't know exactly how they would work when it came to payments. So that's how it would work, then. So they would know that the card wasn't based in the US, though, based on when you paid. Because, see, I was thinking about it from the perspective of if you paid for it using the VPN, presumably on Twitch's end it would come up with like dollars and stuff like that. Instead, you'd be on effectively like the US version of Twitch rather than the UK version of Twitch. So I was thinking that maybe by that logic it might work out where you paid for it in dollars so that when they did the split there's no currency exchange. Maybe that's where it comes from, I don't know. Maybe it's because of currency exchange. And they'll say that when someone pays for a sub they have to skim off a third of it so that they can do it as a currency exchange fee or something stupid like that. Which if it is, again, that's fine. Just be fucking transparent about it. But they don't do that though, do they? Because that would be too much to ask from young Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. Dan Clancy's done some good stuff since he's been the CEO of Twitch, but they've got a long way to go before they earn people's trust, really, I think. Twitch really needs to, like, sort some shit out and just be transparent about things. They're on a good, like, track right now. They fucked up the app, but, like, some of the other stuff they've done is genuinely good changes, I think. But, you know, they really need to be a bit more transparent about certain things. Usually are some barriers. Okay, I see. Need a Pokemon opinion? Should I keep Young Quag or Gyarados? Oh, that's a tough one, Bevan. How can you ask me that question? I've got to do one of them dirty no matter what. Oh. I really like Quagsire. And I'd feel wrong if I said no, get rid of Quagsire. But at the same time, Gyarados is almost too good not to keep. But Quagsire is really good as well. If I'm looking at them as a 50-50 unbiased opinion as to which one I like more, Gyarados probably has more viability as a Pokemon than Quag does. Probably. But I do really like Quagsire. Rizquaza. Rizquaza. What is that? That's amazing. Nintendo. Game prices used to be crazy cheap in the Argentine eShop a while ago. It wasn't easy to buy them, but it was possible. Now they've closed off for people outside of Argentina, unfortunately. Oh yeah, people... I remember that was a thing for a while, wasn't it? I think it still happens sometimes on certain stores. People used to use the Australian version of the client to try and get the game early. Wouldn't they? Like, I think this may have happened in, like, previous ones where people in the eShop, I think, did it as well. Where for things like the Pokemon games, I think you had people who were buying it on, like... If they bought it on the Japanese eShop in Japanese or Australian, they would effectively get access to it earlier. Because, of course, they got it effectively a day earlier. So I think that was a thing for a while as well. So I guess they just apply it to different countries. But yeah, the same thing can be done. A Mega Gyarados. Do you have another Mega on the team? What else have you got? Annihilate, Ribombee, Rillaboom, Chuck. Ooh. I mean, if you don't have another Mega yet, and you don't plan on getting another Mega, I would say Gyarados is kind of a shoo-in. You've got to go for him, really. And I think if you did go for Quagsire, Quagsire is great, and I think he fills a specific role. Gyarados kind of hits different. I mean, like, I say this a lot from when we've done our runs previously. Gyarados is the best Nuzlocke Pokemon in Pokemon. He's like the god of S-tier Pokemon for a Nuzlocke, because you can get him so early, and how powerful he is at level 20 is insane. And like, that kind of translates into a lot of other stuff in games as well, because Gyarados is just kind of really good. He has good movesets, you know, he gets access to Dragon Dance, he's fairly quick, he's decently bulky, his attack stat is pretty high. Like, he's a heavy hitter. I think people sleep on Gyarados, to be honest. I think Gyarados is genuinely really good. But if you're going to get the Mega, I would say, yeah, I'd probably go Gyarados over Quag, even though it pains me to say it because I love Quagsire. But I think you'd have to go Gyarados. I think Gyarados just statistically is better. And that's my reasoning for it. If it was based on just it wasn't performance based and it was just I got to choose, I would definitely pick Quagsire because I love Quag. But I think if we're looking at performance, it's got to be Gyarados. Yeah, I think it has to be Gyarados for me. As much as it pains me to say it. But yeah. Kind of been a weird day today, hasn't it? We've done a lot of like real talk. But almost knocked all the stuff off my desk. We've done a lot of like IRL talk today, you know? We haven't actually really been talking about the game all that much. To be fair, we've actually been really slow in the background playing the game. Because we're what? Like nearly... are we 3 hours deep? No, we're not. It's throwing me off because my stream clock, because of when we had that restart, is like messed up. So we're 3 hours... We're almost 3.5 hours deep. We're 3 hours and 20 minutes in. So we're almost 3.5 hours into stream. And we haven't even fought the first gym yet. Which is kind of funny. But that's just because the grinding in the early game is quite slow. And getting the Pokemon we did quite early is good, but they're also both kind of not that great. So probably what I'll end up doing is I'll use Jigglypuff up front to try and beat Nimble. For the reason being that if we can defeat Nimble... Now, also there's the argument to be made about should we go and get a Moonstone. I think that would be... Might be a little unfair if I went and got a Moonstone, because we'd literally have a Wigglytuff in the first pre-gym one, and like that might be a little unfair having Wigglytuff that early. So I think we might stick with just Jiggly for now rather than Wiggly. 40 XP. Oh Christ. Do we have any XP candies? What, you think I should just go ahead and evolve it, D-Bum? You reckon I should just go and get a Moonstone straight away? You reckon? I actually could use all my rare candies and get them all to level 16. I don't know, we have a Sunstone already as well. I don't know where that came from. Yes. Bevan said do it, so I'm going to go for it. Why not? He said do it. Like Palpatine, he hit me with a do it. Do it. So we're going to do it. Do it. Where's a Moonstone? That's what I need to look for. I actually don't know. It's been so long since I've needed a Moonstone. I don't know where they spawn. I think this is the only Moonstone we need as well. Scarlet Violet Moonstone. There's got to be one on the map somewhere. Obtained from Sparkling Dropped Items. Area 3 is where we can find it. South Area 3, which is over by Cloth. I just don't know exactly where it is. A map marker would be a lot nicer. South Province Area 3, it's in a bush. I'm misplaced under a tall shrub, so keep an eye out. Oh, is that a map view? Alright, I'm going to have a look on the map view. I can't see chat real quick, keep in mind, okay? Oh, it's actually like right here, apparently. Going to this, it's like right on this piece of grass. It's basically where this is. I guess we'll go over there and grab it then. It's under a bush. Yeah, okay, we'll check that then. Why not? Stuff them full of candy. Yes. Feed them all the candy. All the candies. Yeah, once we've got that, we'll just do it straight away, even with Shinx being slightly under-leveled. Because getting Gym 1 done is just quite useful. I have said, though, as well, of course, this doesn't necessarily follow the pattern that we previously talked about of the 4-stream run. Because that was what we'd streamlined and optimized for the monotypes, was a 4-stream run. First stream was Gym 1 and 2, beating the first Titan, and getting everything set. Stream 2 was kind of progressing from that point onwards a little bit, but nothing too crazy. Stream 3 was cleaning up all the rest of the gyms, and Stream 4 was the end of the run. So that's how we would usually split it up. In this case, these ones we aren't rushing on. You know, we're not looking to chase a really fast run or anything, so we're not too worried. Yeah. I'm not too worried about it. We just need to find our way here. You got Gligar as well, though. That's actually really cool. It should be under that bush over there, I think. Getting a Gligar, though, Bevan, will be huge. You can get Poison Heal Gliscor, dude. There it is. Moonstone. Oh, boy. Are we ready for our first fully evolved Pokemon? This is the actual Pokemon, of course, that went to the end. Wigglytuff, which did make it till the end of Scarlet and Violet Monotype Fairy in the second ever run that we did. I did them, when I did the draws for the Pokemon, I did them in the order in which they appeared. So I did it starting with Flying and ending with Dragon. So the first 3 runs we ever did was Flying, Fairy, and Normal. So Normal's going to be fun, because it means we get to see the return of Slacking. And I loved Slacking when we had him on the team. It was amazing. Slacking was such a time. Because, like, trying to play around Truant was funny in itself, because Truant's such a shite ability. But giving a Pokemon like that free reign on the team with Slacking, just to go and, like, nuke everything. So he just one-shot, like, everything he had a fight with. It was great. I think at level 14, Wigglytuff is still more than capable of winning this for us. So I think we're just going to lead out like this, and we're going to run Shinx in the mid slot, and we'll keep Fuecoco at the back. But I think Wigglytuff is probably the option here that we run up front. We run the Oran Berry here as well, and I think that's probably good enough for how we do things. Shinx doesn't really have anything that would be that useful. Although what I might try and do quickly is have a look at Wigglytuff's moveset, because there may be something here that we can... Yeah, there you go. There you go. Look at this. Oh my god. Look at this shit. He's level 14 and he's learning Play Rough, Body Slam, and D-Access to Double Edge as well. Double Edge at level 14. Yeah, we're not teaching him Double Edge because that's just too much. 14 and he gets Body Slam. This is why the Stone Evos in Nuzlocke are so broken. That's how, like, crazy they are. Just look at that for a second. We could have the access to a 120 base power normal type stab move at level 14. Could have been 13, because that's when it evolved. That's crazy. How insane is that? This is why I always talk about... You remember Ludicolo, when I always used to call him the GOAT and we used him in Sword and Shield? That's why. Ludicolo, you could get him with Giga Drain and, like, Hydro Pump, I think it was. Or Giga Drain and, like, Scold. At about level 16 when you evolved him from Lombre. That was busted as hell. We done this? Nice, we got a lovely prize. Aerial Ice, nice. Alright, let's go fight her. I mean, let's be honest, at this point, should she really be a threat? No. I don't think KT's gonna... I could be very wrong here. And keep in mind, we're still trying to go for flawless runs. It doesn't matter if we get them or not, because it's a celebration of what we've previously done. It's not a challenge in itself to try and finish these. But we're just kind of celebrating and having fun with the Pokemon that we used along the way. The friends we made along the way, you know? But in this case, we would like to win flawlessly if we can. I don't think it should be that much of a problem, quite frankly, right now, with having Wigglytuff, because that thing is going to be really bulky. So, yeah, I'm not really that concerned here. So many friends along the way. It really is, though. It's kind of funny when you look back at this and you think about some of these Pokemon, because some of them stand out and I go, oh my god, they were great. But it's been so long since we saw them that you kind of forget about them, right? So you think about flying. Jerry, obviously, in the original one. Gyarados, Corviknight, Honchkrow. Honchkrow was such a goat in that run. I remember it was super luck, and it used to crit all the time with Night Slash. It was nutty. But you don't even really think about him now. Klefki in Fairy was insane. You know, Cyclizar in normal, Grafaiai slacking, Emma the Sawsbuck. You've got Orthworm and Bronzong. I don't know what I was thinking with Steel, though, because for some reason, I think it was because of the bans. Whether at that time we were still running the ban system, so there was a couple of Pokemon I wasn't allowed to use. But when I looked through and I found the final screenshot, I was very surprised to see Copper-Raja as one of the Pokemon that we ran as the final Mon in our team. I was very confused by that one. So the final 6 we used was Bronzong, Orthworm, Copper-Raja, Magnezone, and Forretress, and then there was someone else in there who got switched. I don't know who it was. But for Revavroom, which is sad because I remember I talked so much smack about Revavroom, and then to have him come back, it's sort of a little bit... It's a bit sad, really, to see Revavroom come back again. Because I used to just shit on Revavroom all the time for being bad. And he never used to do anything for us. So I always used to complain about him and say that Revavroom was rubbish whenever we used him. Yeah, okay, this is over. And, oh no. So it begins. Wigglytuff, the bubblegum bitch, as I called him. The bubblegum looking bitch, as I once referred to them. Weird leftovers, keep in mind. So we've just recovered 4 HP back, and it's most of what Nimble did in one turn. So, yeah. This is why sometimes I ban the... Or I always talked about whether we should ban the stone evolutions early. Because this is the same as Armarouge, it's the same as Cloyster. It's the same as all of those, really. They all just get really strong really fast, and it's a little overpowered. Go on, Shags, you can ban that one if you want to. You can have him if you want him. D-Haze Feed it. Fed it. Yeah, fed it, I guess. Wow, what's a name? Offering cheap viewers in the stream. Unbelievable. Oh, I need the walkie-talkie thing, don't I? Where I'd like, take the shot. We do that. Have that bit. The walkie-talkie bit. Where I'd be like, Shags, over, take the shot. Shaggy dog, take the shot. Over. I need like a voice thing, don't I? Fed up with cheap viewers? Yeah, honestly. They're doing like a sale on cheap viewers right now. Best viewers. That's what we already have. We have the best viewers. Need a stream deck for that voice mod? I do have a stream deck. Keep in mind. Hence how I can do things like this. Yeah, if this fight wasn't easy enough, Teddiursa missed. Fury swipes. This is so sad. This is bullying, and this is as close to you can get as bullying in Pokemon as we're gonna see. I bet this does like 10 damage. Look at it! Look at that! Fucking Wigglytuff just destroyed the whole gym. It's not even fair. And there'll be probably one of these Pokemon in almost any run. Now keep in mind, yeah? I could have chosen to. I didn't. I could have got Arcanine as well. And I chose not to because I didn't go and get Growlithe yet. I could have had a fucking Arcanine and a Wigglytuff before the first gym. How broken is that? The open world really makes you, like, have the option of busting the game's balance way open. If you want to. I mean, we look at that. What else have we got? Is there anything else in this team that we could actually have, like, evolved really early if we got one? Oh, my internet's just died again, hasn't it? Yep. Nice. Yeah, it's dropped out again. Oh, we're back, maybe? We're back, okay. Hello again, everybody. My internet just dropped out again for the second time in stream. Apologies for that. You may need to refresh. You may need to refresh the stream. Apologies for the inconvenience of the internet drop again. My internet just hates me today. I guess that's what we get for cyberbullying Katie's team for 5 minutes, but there you go. That's what we deserve, really, I suppose, isn't it? Yeah, I think we're good. It was just a big lag spike this time, whereas it did disconnect. It just reconnected very quickly, so I think it was okay. It's not annoying, though. But, yeah, with what I was saying, like... I don't think there's any more Pokemon in this run specifically that can bust the balance quite as bad as the one we already have. Other than Arcanine. But, like, I'm thinking about some of the later ones that, again, there will be more. Some of the Pokemon that will just be ridiculously strong. Or we can just get quite early. Like, Magnezone you can get quite early. The next one actually doesn't have that much in when it comes to that. The other awkward thing with the next one is there is a Pokemon that I'm actually not sure if we can get. Because I need to trade for Slowking. And I don't know if we'll be able to do that. But we do have Flareon as well in the next one. Some of the later ones, though, do have some mons that will be really, like... busted early that we can evolve, you know. Yeah, there's going to be some like Armarouge and stuff like that we've already seen have a Reign of Terror before. We kind of are going to see that again with some of them. Or Cloyster, of course, because I mean, the GOAT right there. I think Cloyster probably has to be considered the GOAT right now, just because of how strong it was. Cloyster's in run 3. Which, keep in mind, that means Cloyster is running with Heracross, Tauros, Crocodile, Glamora, Toxapex, and Golden Go. Golden Go! That Golden Go is going to be annoying, because it does mean I've got to do that bloody coin hunting again, which is always a pain in the ass. The Gimmighoul coins, but... my god, is Golden Go going to be so strong. Golden Go is going to be nasty again. We're about to catch our next Pokemon here as well. We were looking at it and eyeing it up before, but it was over the cap. Now it's technically on the cap of 17. So we're going to go and have a look at it, because we can go and pick one up, which is Flittle is the name, I believe. If I remember rightly, is Flittle. Which evolves into Espathra. So this will give us our Psychic type quite early as well. So we're looking for our Psychic type here. They do spawn around here. I don't think they're super common, but they're not also rare either. We might find them slightly further up the cliff, so... shame we can't get Phanpy, because I don't think Donphan made it into the final team. That makes me sad that I don't think, from memory, Donphan made it in. Which is really sad. Maybe he did, I don't remember. Donphan maybe did make it. Ground had a really good team, though, because we had, like, the legendary, you know, Clod-Quag duo. I mean, how are we ever going to lose with Clodsire and Quagsire together? You know, the two legends. Oh, Scovillain, while I'm thinking about that's another one we can use a Firestone on. So that's another busted mon we can get evolved early. Pre-Gym 1, we could have a frickin' Scovillain. So, yeah, there's some gnarly Pokemon. There's a few I actually don't know how I'm going to get because of constraints with things. Like, you know, the trade mons and stuff. I don't know how I'm going to do those specifically. So, for the most part, I might try and do them in, like I normally would with, like, do them in PLA if I can do, like, Scizor. I don't think I can do Slowking that way. Worst comes to the worst, I'll just make it so that Slowking has to get subbed out for someone else. If that's just the way of getting around it, is we just sub Slowking. I think this might kill, but we'll try it. Yeah, so if anything comes into like a situation where someone is genuinely like too hard to get for whatever reason, because there might be one or two, I don't know why. But if they become like impossible for us to get, Palafin is another one that like might be difficult. Then I'll just make it so that they get removed and subbed for someone else. Which is sad, really, because I think they deserve a chance. And I think Palafin would be quite a cool addition if we were able to get him. But if a situation happens where we aren't able to get one, then, you know, we won't have one in the run. And that'll be it. But there's another Pokemon added to our roster. We just got ourselves a Flittle. So we're now one step closer to getting another Pokemon, because we now have the option to get Espathra. Now, I think a couple of Pokemon we probably will aim to try and get today. A little later on, though. I actually could get one now and then box it, I think. We don't really have that close of a thing. We have Medali. That's going to make me run all the way back up, isn't it? From where we are now... Nice. Let's go to Cascarafa real quick, because we can actually do a trade here for Wooper. We'll do that. Thank you for the nice, Shags. Just finished my last assignment of the week. I'm so tired. Let's go. Congratulations on finishing your final assignment there, Sadiola. Good job getting through the week and making it to the next bit. One step at a time, you know. Good stuff. I'm glad that you've managed to do it. When was it due? Like, I'm assuming are you cramming it in at the last minute, or did you get it done nice and early so that you don't have to worry about it later on? But good stuff. Welcome in, of course. I don't know if you've been lurking or if you just popped in, but welcome in. It's nice to see you. Did we speak to this man before? He's going to give us a nice sandwich. Prosciutto cheese and a potato tortilla and olive oil. I wouldn't trust this man. Just giving me free food like that. I wouldn't trust him. Tootle Claw. We also do need a Tootle, of course. So we will try and snipe one of those at some point. Probably will be a little bit before we get Tootle, just because we don't need water early on. So we'll kind of put him on the back burner a little. We aren't really that worried about him. But we need to go to Cascarafa and then do a trade for a Wooper. Look at us, like, thrashing about on the back of Koraidon here. That's really weird. Never noticed that before. Look at us. We're like... It's like on a rock, like one of those things that you used to get at parks that would be like a spring with a little seat on the top. They used to, like, flick back and forth. They're always bloody dangerous, those things. I guess it's because we can't sprint yet, so we don't, like... streamline or anything. When you sprint on his back. Oh, we have to drop down into the desert. That's annoying. Due midnight? in 20 minutes. Oh, damn. Well, that's good. Well, that's good, though. You got it done. A bit of time to spare to do a bit of... Have you proofread it? That's the question. If you haven't done that yet, make sure you do a good proofread in those last 20 minutes. Because just in case. That's what I always used to find is I used to, like, rush to get things done and I'd miss all the little mistakes if I tried reading through it the first time. Last 2 weeks have been hell. No chance to finish early. Hey, well, technically you've still got it done early. You've still got it done on time, if not early, because you finished... It may have only been 20 minutes, but you still got it done before the buzzer. That's the main thing. It's better to get it done early, and only very slightly early, than it is to get it in late, so fair play. Of course, with some of those things, you can always speak to someone and say, oi, look, I've, you know, not really had much chance to do it because the last few weeks have been atrocious, so can I get a tiny extension for 24 hours or something? But... Proofread it. Good stuff. Just double checking. It's easy to forget a proofread or anything like that if you're speeding through it, trying to get it done. Always got to make sure you do a proofread so you don't miss any silly mistakes in there. Prefer to have it done a day before submission. Yeah. That being said, of course, we can't always get what we want, can we? So, in this case specifically, you weren't able to get it done, but you still did it. That's the main thing. You still got it done with enough time. Albeit you couldn't quite breathe before getting it in because you had to just rush through it, but you got it done. That's the main thing. And that's a very respectable thing to do. It's a fair play. You got it finished. I think with mine, yeah, I usually tried to get it done with my old uni stuff. I always tried to get it done, well, depend what mood I was in. If I was in a big procrastinating mood, I wouldn't finish it for weeks. And I'd get it like a month before it was due, and I'd do it all in the last week. If I was in a mood where I actually felt like doing it, because that very much depends on what year of uni we're talking here as to whether I actually felt like doing it or not, or just decided I was going to basically guess my way through it and we'd be fine. But when I did it in my final year, I probably would have got it done with like 2 or 3 days to spare, and then I would spend the whole time like picking through it, trying to figure out if I'd done anything wrong. Where's the person we're looking for? Is it you? Yeah, it is. This is the one who wants a pooper. Get ready to say hi to Manchester again. Our little whooper that we got here is, he's going to say goodbye as we pick up Manchester. Oh, boy. I love Whooper. Let's bring him back. Little Whooper. Look at him. A Whooper. I love Whooper. I love Whooper. What a guy. Everybody say hello to Manchester the Whooper, the smiling little guy. If you don't like Whooper, I don't know what to tell you. He's a great guy. He's very happy about our new Whooper. We can't use him yet, I don't think, because he is over the cap. He should be about level 18. Yeah, Manchester the Whooper. What's he got on him? Let's see. I think he's always water absorb. Minus speed increased defense isn't bad. That's not terrible. He's kind of slow anyway, so... What about Flittle? Oh, that's not good. Why has everything got, like, defense? Neutral or defense? There's rivalry shinks. Fuck's sake. Why couldn't you be the other one that had, like, intimidate? That would have been cool. Well, I don't think that matters really right now, but... Yeah, that on Flittle is not great, because his Spathra is quite a fast Pokemon, so having a fast Pokemon that gets its speed neutered by its thing there is not great. Yeah. Oh well. Let's get rid of that. Where are we going next? I guess we're going off to the right then, aren't we? To try and find our next couple of things. So we're going to try and catch Growlithe and Klawf, definitely here. Let me go and tack this onto the sheet real quick. Quagsire I can now put into pink to say that he's done. The other stuff I was aiming for today was Dreadnought, Klawf, Pyroar maybe, or Flittle. Not Flittle. Litleo, maybe. Klawf is a definite. Breloom, but like that kind of depended on if we found a Shroomish. So that's kind of dubious. Arcanine, and then I'd like to get Goodra, or at least get a Goomy by the end of the day, and I know where I can get one. So yeah, we can get one. We'll probably do that at the end of stream. I think if we've done Klawf and we beat Brassius, which looks likely, it's looking kind of ominous because we'll have Crocodile and we already have Wigglytuff. You know, I think it should be a bit of a foregone conclusion there. It is definitely level 17, the cap here. Okay, it is. What we'll do is we'll go do the fight with Brassius first, and then we'll just rare candy if we need it. No worries, Shags. Take all the time you need on your BRB, my dude. Of course. It's about 15 minutes before the next break will come up as well. As I mentioned earlier on that... hello. Hey, there he is. Klawf. As I mentioned earlier, I've restructured the way the ad breaks work, basically. So the ad breaks will now be once per hour, but they'll be slightly longer than they were before, because now we've crunched 2 into 1, basically. So every ad break now is going to be slightly longer. On the 3 minutes past the hour, basically, is when it will be. But it'll work out so that it's better overall, effectively. So we have one longer break when we do take them, rather than the smaller breaks slightly more frequently. Now we can hit one more play rough, and then we'll go for the catch on Cloth. I don't know what we called Cloth the first time. Can't really remember. Should probably go back, digging in, and then see if I can... Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe after we've caught everything from today, what I'll do is I'll go back for the YouTube stuff, and I'll try and find the names of all of the original versions of these Pokemon and name them what they were called. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? So I'll try and find all the original versions of all these Pokemon we used in the runs to change them to their original names. That'd be a cool idea, wouldn't it? Or at least I think it would be. I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool. The ambush Pokemon Cloth. We won't change his name right now because I can't remember what Cloth's name was. Cloth's going to be a good addition though. And we're about to get an evolution. Hey, we're about to get Luxio. Nice. That's good. Luxio is good. I mean, he's not Intimidate, but he's stronger. That's the main thing. Luxio. Oh, double. We got Fuecoco as well. They both went up to 16 then. Old Dave. Big Dave evolving. Female Dave, in this case. She, her Dave. Just called Dave because that's what Skeledirge was, even though we got the 12% chance, 12.5% chance of getting a female starter. So there you go. So we now have Dave and Luxio leveled up. That's what we got here. Obviously, stat increases. 36 special attack. Against a grass gym that's coming up will be good. Oh, what was Cloth? Did we check then? What's Cloth's thing? Why is everything minus speed? Increase special attack on a rock type. Disgusting. Ugh. What an awful thing to get. Ugh. Horrible nature. That's actually trash, that nature. That is awful. Ugh. That's such a crap nature. Oh, I don't like that at all. Crashing hard, so I see you good folk on Tuesday. Yeah, no worries. Sadiola, you have a good one, yeah? Congratulations again on getting your stuff finished in time, and we will see you when we see you, okay? Take it easy, dude. And you have a good one. Talk to me, trainer. I'm not trying to talk to you, Rockruff. Jinx, get out of the way. There we go. Yeah, take it easy, dude. Have a good one. We've only got about an hour left, so nothing too crazy. Actually, we might rest up with this person, because then we can do the fight against Cloth in a minute. We could use our own Cloth for it, but I don't think we will. It's one of those things where actually, although it'd be kind of inconvenient, because trade evolution, actually would have been really nice if Geodude was in this game. In the base game, I mean, because I know he's in the DLC, but it would have been nice if Geodude was in the base game. Also, I was secretly hoping we'd find a shiny Cloth, but... There was a Growlithe down there as well, wasn't there? He just despawned, though. Like, there was a Growlithe down here. We need a Growlithe as well, so we'll go and grab one of those when we find one. We'll probably get one now. We might as well grab it early, get it slightly leveled if it's around that level. 17 would be the absolute peak we could get on it, because we can't get one higher than that. We don't want to get one that's too high. We're looking for a level 16 or 17. 15 would be great as well. Yeah, 17 we can deal with. 17's doable, it's just not insane. With it hitting me with minus attack, we'd definitely go for a body slam instead of a hyper voice. It's another female one as well. Again, a lot of female Pokemon in this run. Now we got flinched. Wigglytuff having a rough time of it after cyberbullying Katie's team earlier on. Honestly, I'm not complaining though. We really kind of did our team dirty earlier on, so it's fair that we get bullied back in return, I think, by the game. Did we get flinched again, though? Yeah, we did. I wasn't even looking. Come on now. Thank you, Wigglytuff. Nice, and we got the para. That makes the catch even easier. Lovely. That makes this way easier. Lovely stuff. And our last Ultra Ball as well. Unless we picked another one up, which we may have done. Now, I could go straight away and find a Firestone and evolve this. And I might well go and do that. But I might do it after we've done the gym. Or, well, no, maybe I'll do it before the gym. But I might do it after we've done the, some of the other things real quick. Can't remember what it was named after. Growlithe was one of the peppers because it was a fire type. I just don't know what. Let's have a look at what it's got. It is Intimidate, Neutral's nature, which is okay. That's not bad, you know. I'll take that. Yeah, we won't have... Well... No, we want to move it out the team because we don't want to level up against Clorf and overlevel. We'll put Wigglytuff in against Clorf. We have a full team right now already as well. The exception being Wooper, who's not allowed to be used because he's too powerful already. He's the god of all Pokemon, but still. Pokemon Bruised. Aim for the Noxcat again. I'm glad you like Noxcat. Noxcat is he's a very popular addition to the stream. Technically, Noxcat was never created by me either. He came from somewhere else. We merely adopted him as part of the stream. Noxcat's original... Well, they've kind of always been like the cat ties to the stream with like the cat ears thing, where it all came down to people wanting me to make the cat noise word and the NYA word that I don't say. Everyone wanted me to always say that, and I refused. And so that's where the Noxcat emote came from, the original one. But the actual Noxcat came from a Halloween PNG idea that me and Oriel, who's my best friend, coincidentally, who we used to stream together quite a lot back. It wasn't that long after we met, and we used to stream together a lot. And for Halloween, she got a PNG and decided that as part of it, the counterpart was going to be turning me into a cat for appearing on her stream. So we did that, and then Noxcat was born as the PNG that I used for that. But after Halloween, we decided that it was kind of like a bit... Would be cool if he had, you know, another chance to be part of stuff rather than just kind of existing only for Halloween as a part of a thing. So we adopted him here on stream, and still to this day, I use that PNG on our streams. I'm still Noxcat even to this day over there. Which, speaking of, let me... I'm gonna do this. Anyway, we just sneakily do that, alright? Just stealthily. We won't shout about it, because I'll get shouted at if I get found out for doing it. But there you go. Cheeky little shout out there for Oriel, who is my best friend in the entire world. Currently on a hiatus from streaming because she's been moving, but she actually has just started putting stuff into the new place, so stream should be back up and running in the next couple of weeks. So there you go. Perfect chance to go and drop a cheeky follow and, you know, anticipate eagerly the return. Hopefully I don't get shouted at for doing that later. Doing the shout out. Big Clorf. Alright, let's beat Big Clorf. Let's use... Well, Hyper Voice is ineffective. I guess we'll just go for the Play Rough then. That did more damage than I thought it would. That was decent in itself. Yeah, we'll be okay here, I think. I'm not really that worried about Clorf. What are you up to then, Bruce? You just lurking away and vibing, or are you playing something in the background? What are you up to? What are we doing then? I feel like you're playing a game in the background kind of stream viewer, you know? Everyone's kind of got their way that they like to watch it. Some people like to just watch the stream. Some people like to play games. So I feel like you're a game player whilst also, yeah. Is this the Terra Water Jigglypuff evolved or no? No, it was an Igglybuff we found early on. It was an Igglybuff we caught right out of Poco Path right at the start of the game. We grabbed it like, where's the equivalent? Like here in this dip, I think, by the tree. So no, it's not the gold one that you can find. Just out on this direction. We did go and get a moonstone for it super early though. I was debating whether I should or not. We got it before Katie. I thought it'd be a bit OP. And then Bevan said do it, so I did it. So now we have fully evolved Pokemon already, who has Body Slam and Play Rough at level 14 originally. So there you go. Playing some more War Thunder and doing a bit of lurking here and there. Might go back to War Thunder in a bit. Okay, okay. How were the games? I hope they were good. Stepped away for a bit? Yeah, no worries, of course. Always happy to try and fill people in if I can. It's a lot easier to fill people in when I have like a specific, you know, like that question. It always makes me laugh where people will be like, oh, I'm back, what I miss? And it's like, no idea when you left, so I have no idea what you missed. Like, you tell me. Yeah, no, when I have specifics, I have something to work with. I can actually give an answer. But yeah, no, it's just a random Igglybuff we found. But this one so far has kind of been an absolute monster for this run. We got a few other Pokemon. We went and got our regular Wooper, the Johto Wooper. We can't use him yet because the level cap. Anything else to report? We got Growlithe. We haven't evolved it yet. I'll probably do that in a minute once we get to Brassius. I'll probably evolve it. Because we got like an hour left, so I think what we'll probably end up doing for the final hour is once we've beaten the gym, which will be Child's Play because we'll have Wigglytuff, Crocodile, and Arcanine. Once we've wiped the floor with Brassius and his Pseudo-Woodo, we will probably go and try and catch as many of the Pokemon that I had on my list of early game captures today as we can, which includes Litleo and a bunch of other stuff. Litleo, Goomy, there's a lot of them. I can't remember what the rest of them are, but Litleo and Goomy I know are on the list. Oh, Shroomish potentially as well if we get lucky. Nice. Oh, there's Claw beaten. Brave Chaos and Destruction. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, you know. I'll take it. Well, I'm glad to have you here as you experience your chaos and destruction. I appreciate you experiencing it with all of us. Not that great, but I'm going to go back and play with the Churchill as it's mega funny. Not the Churchill one. Please not the Churchill one. Oh no. The Churchill one's so bad. I just couldn't enjoy myself in the Churchill one. You know? I tried. It's just the gun is just so bad. Oh, Dreadnought was another one we were going to try and get. So it's Pyroar, Breloom, Dreadnought, and Goodra. That'll be the last targets we'll aim for today. Good luck catching a Pokemon Jules. Good luck to you. Yeah, we are into the final hour of stream now. I do tend to stream for about 5 hours, so we're doing pretty well. We've made some good progress today. And, yeah. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you all hanging out. Next Pokemon stream will be on Thursday, if anyone's wondering. Usual way that we work with stream schedule is 4 streams a week, all of 5 hours. Tuesday is, right now and for a while, is going to be a 100% completion run of Skyrim that we're doing. So we're playing Skyrim to try and do a 100% run, trying to get all the achievements in that game that we started last week. So we're on episode 2 of that. Wednesday is War Thunder Day, so we've been playing like multiplayer day. Thursday is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and Sunday is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet as well, so Just to let everyone know. As we, right at that moment, get into a break. So I guess we will hang on fire for the break for a moment, and I will switch to the BRB screen. And as I say, I will take an opportunity to go stand up real quick and then come back, okay? I'll be back in just a sec. I will answer that question when I get back. I'll be back in just a minute, okay? And welcome back, everybody, from the break. There we go. Favorite Gen 9 Pokemon? Good question. Probably one of two, if I had to guess. My favorite Gen 9 is one of two Pokemon. It is either Clodsire or Armarouge. That's what I think. Unless there's anything glaringly obvious that I'm missing, which I don't think there is. Armarouge or Clodsire. Those are my two favorites, probably. They're probably tied as a favorite. I wouldn't say one's preferable over the other. I think I like them both, you know? So I would say one of those two. That's my answer. Clodsire or Armarouge. Both for different reasons. I mean, I like Quagsire anyway. So, like, Clodsire's kind of a natural pick. There's a bit of a meme there. And then, like, if you're looking at more of a meme pick, and then if you want to go for, like, a genuinely cool pick, yeah, Armarouge is a pretty cool Pokemon that I quite like. So I'd go Armarouge there, probably. That's my my take. Great Tuscan Kilowattrel line. Okay. Interesting. Kilowattrel line. I think they're a little underrated. They're quite good, actually. Just as a Pokemon for battling, they're quite useful as well. Particularly if you can get a Volt Absorb one. They're actually quite handy. Great Tusk I've never really used. I know for a long time it was actually quite dominant in the competitive format, and then it got, when the DLCs came out, it kind of got nerfed because there was a lot of stuff that kind of was better than it. But yeah, so I don't know much about Great Tusk specifically, but I know it's a fairly good Pokemon. And it's got a cool design as well, so I mean, you know, good enough reasons to enjoy it, you know, that's what I think. I'm also going to make the opportunity here, or take the opportunity here to switch Wigglytuff out of the team, because we don't need Wigglytuff running around here. I think what we're going to do is we're going to, now we can sprint, we're going to take the opportunity to run down to grab ourselves a Firestone real quick. Which, if I remember rightly, there's a guaranteed one next to the Dawnstone. I think. I'm not entirely sure. But if I had to guess, I think down next to the Dawnstone by the mine, there'll be a Firestone there. What's your favorite Gen 9 Cinderfay? It's kind of funny because, like, there's a number of times when there have been people who've come into stream who have a Pokemon's name in their name. And then I'm kind of like, oh, what's your... You know, they'll ask me what my favorite whatever is, and I'll ask them if theirs is what they have in their name. And then they act like I'm stupid when I say that. I've had it once or twice. I remember there was one that I saw before with someone who came into stream a few times a while ago that had the Pokemon name Meloetta in their name. And they asked me about, like, what my favorite something was, and then I said that theirs I'd assume would be Meloetta because their name on Twitch had it in there. But they acted like I was the dumbest person on earth for saying that, and it's like, you literally have it in your name. Like, like, what do you expect me to assume? Oh, the Churchill 7, yeah, as well. I did actually read that in the middle of that, Bruised. I forgot to say anything, but I did read that. The Churchill 7, though. Slow has a bad gun, but not watching people try to take it out is just brilliant. Or just sitting there and watching people ping shots off you. It's always pretty funny. Hi, Plumefee. How are you doing? It's nice to see you. I am doing alright, you know. Doing okay. Not too bad, I've got to say. Let's buy some shoes like we normally do. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty alright, you know. Ogerpon, IDKY, but I've just always had a soft spot for cuties who kick ass, and Ogerpon's the ultimate example of that. The Ogerpon's really good as well. In the, I mean, I suspect at the World Championships right now, Ogerpon is probably one of the most played Pokemon. It's very, very meta. That's a good thing in itself. A good mon, above all else. Do we want one of these? One of these, like, types of shoes? Let's get the water shoes, why not? Just chuck them on. Doing good. Had a nice dinner. What did we get? What did we do? Did you cook, or did you go out for food, or what did we do? And what was it that you got? We must know. That's the rule about food in this stream. Once food has been mentioned, we have to talk about it. I'm glad you had a nice time, though. That's good. I'm glad you're doing well. It's always nice to have you here. A pleasure to have you in stream. I'm using the other lab today, actually. One that has one of your pieces of art actually up in it. Let me flash it up real quick. There you go, on the far left. You can see your one of the pieces of art that you did. Me and Oreo on the windowsill on the left-hand side. I've got the art lab up today. There you go. Yee. So we got the special art lab today. It doesn't come out all that often with the scuffed art. By scuffed art, I mean that it's all in really wonky positions, which was deliberate. I mentioned this earlier. It was deliberate that they're all in really awkward positions. It's not that I haven't done it properly, putting them in there. They are deliberately all squint and off-center. Alright. It was a deliberate choice to do that. Just want to make that clear. I'm not joking. It was actually a deliberate choice to do that. Except that one actually fits really well because it sits nicely on the windowsill and it's like perfectly lined up. Old clip where I had a whole squad surround my tank and just struggled. It's like, were you... Oh, you weren't here for it, I don't think. But there was one the other day with the... I posted it on TikTok and that. The Churchill gun carrier with the same thing. Where I'd parked up somewhere and I was sat like ready to... you know, finally dispense justice against someone. And I just see, like, hit markers on my side, and I just hear plink, 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 plink. And I'm like, what is that? And I come out of the first-person cam to go to third-person, and I just see there's an M22 Locust parked on my side. He's just driving into me, trying to shoot me, and he can't pen me. So it's just this poor little Locust just sat there, just going... ding, 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 ding on the side of the tank. And I'm just like, what are you doing? I just look out and he's just sat there parked up against me, just trying to put shots through me and he just can't. And I just sort of vaguely turn around to make it look like I'm going to shoot him and he runs away and then comes back. I'm sad I never got the chance to kill him in the end because one of his teammates eventually killed me, but it was quite a funny little interaction just seeing this little Locust just sat there trying to shoot me in the side. I think there's a Firestone here. I'm gonna look stupid if there isn't now, aren't I? Ah, there is! I need to have a look at the food as well. I didn't see the message about the food. I saw it come up, but I was talking about something else, wasn't I? Food message. Ooh, hang on a minute. Oh, okay. Steak, mashed potatoes, and mac and cheese. Oh my god. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me talking about that. That sounds so good, though. A stream trip to get some steak. That's what we need. That sounds great right now, to be fair. You've done well there, Plinth. You've had a great meal there, I've got to say. That sounds really good. I don't know what it is. I'm a fiend for mac and cheese, alright? It's just something about it. It's just so good. I just can't get over it. If you get it where it's like slightly crispy on the top, where it's been grilled with a bit of extra oh my god. Best thing ever. I could live on that for decades. Probably not the healthiest option in the world, but still. For me, I probably couldn't live on it for decades health-wise, but I would try. Opposite end of the spectrum, before Ogerpon was revealed to us, my favourite Gen 9 Pokemon was Ceruledge. Ceruledge is pretty cool as well, though. Admittedly, I would say I quite like Ceruledge. I'm a Ceruledge fan. I do prefer Armarouge, but that's just because of the version that I got in the game, you know, so... Yes. Really love that piece. We do too. I've got to say, we really enjoy that piece as well. It's a really cool one. It's just... There's something about it. It's special, you know? We have a couple of different art pieces with us together, but they're all pretty cool. I think that's... That one's up there. Not to... it's wrong to compare people's art, you know, and say which one you prefer, I guess. But it's up there as one of the ones that I know we both really, really like. I mean, we like all of them, of course, but that one's like one of the ones we both really like. It is a really good one, though. You did a great job on it. Are you accepting comms at the minute, actually, Plinfy? If you are, if anyone doesn't know, Plinfy is an artist who does take commissions, so if anyone's ever looking for any art, might be worth having a look. Plinfy is a very good artist. Say very good. Great artist, even. Better than very good. We do always enjoy seeing a Plinfy piece on Twitter. You tend to lean towards doing more female characters, I know, but every once in a while you'll have a dabble. So there you go. If you have any female presenting characters that might need drawing for various reasons, Plinfy might be the person for you. Yeah, I think you might be able to find the clip in Discord, Bruised. I'd go and grab it now, but I just want to get this next fight done. But I know it's in Discord, I think under the stream clips section. I think I posted it in there the other day. So, yeah, you should be able to find it in there. If not, you know, shameless plug. There's links below to all of my other socials. TikTok, YouTube, all that stuff if anyone ever wants to support on other places as well. Just by dropping a cheeky follow and, you know, a like on a post every once in a while or whatever. But they're also on there. I do post, or at least I went through a phase for a long time where I didn't, but I do tend to post clips on the socials to, you know, try and get some stuff out in other places. So there are also links to that below, or you can do ! socials in chat to get any of that stuff up. YouTube also has all of the VODs since about mid-2022 on it or something. There's a lot of VODs on there. Maybe it's 2023, I don't remember. There's a ton of VODs on there, so if anyone's ever looking for old streams, maybe you had a moment that you wanted to go back and watch or something like that, there's a good chance that it's probably a VOD that we have saved somewhere, so you might be able to go back and see it as well. There you go. Absolutely stuffed. Hey, that's what we love to see. That's how you know it was a good meal. Sounds... Oh, I want steak now. You've made me hungry. I was already hungry anyway, because it's been a while since I've eaten, but... I want steak and mac and cheese now. I want mac and cheese. Oh, I just want some gooey mac and cheese. Oh, man. No, I need to stop thinking about it. I need to stop thinking about it. Anyone else getting that weird glitch where Twitch randomly yeets you to another stream? You could be direct about wanting to leave my stream, alright, it's fine. I'm not going to be offended, don't worry. You can just tell me. I won't be offended if you just want to leave. Joking, of course. No, I didn't know that was a thing. Are you on... I assume you're on mobile. Or mobile. To translate for any US-based audiences. Mobile. Forget I have to translate things to a different language for a lot of you, because you say words funnily. In different ways. But yeah, if you're on the app, that kind of doesn't surprise me, because everybody is talking shit about the app at the minute, because it's rubbish. And they've recently changed it and made it significantly worse. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's now some issue with it where it randomly boots you to other people's streams or something. So if you're on the app, then that doesn't surprise me at all. Because it's just rubbish, apparently. Nitty was complaining about it earlier. I know Shaylay, who watches on the phone, sometimes just complaining about it recently as well. A lot of people struggle with using the app because they just changed the UI and it's crap. Hi, Val. Thank you for the Hydrate Spinal. I've actually got some water to drink for once. It's not Coke Zero or anything. So there you go. I'm having a legit hydrate. Unbelievable, isn't it? Thank you for the hydrate and the spinal. I hope you're doing well. As you know, I never expect that you have to talk back. I just like to say that I hope you're having a good one. Nice to see you as always, and enjoy your lurk. And yeah, hope you have a nice. I hope you've been having a nice weekend. And thank you for being here, my dude. For the redeems as well. I love drawing women. It's like Artist 101 on Twitter, I feel like, isn't it? It's like Artist 101 Twitter. I love how, like, out of all of the artists out there, I think every single one that I've ever talked to about comms or looked at as like a comms thing, almost all of them are just like, yes, I either prefer or almost exclusively draw women. It's always funny. There's something about it. It's just like every like female artist that I've ever spoken to is like the same way. It's like it's a trait of being an artist, apparently. Some do some of the other stuff though as well. It's less common though to find people who want to do stuff like that. It's another one. Like I know people who have like armor and stuff like that. Some people just won't do anything like that because they find it's just not really in their wheelhouse, you know. I guess I'm lucky that mine's not too crazy when it comes to my design, that most people could probably give it a good go, even if they weren't necessarily thrilled about trying to draw it, so. Found the clip. Oh, let's go. Yeah, that was from about 2 weeks ago, yeah. We at the Churchill, the M22 tries to fight the gun carrier, and then I insulted him and called him small. I mean, he is small. He's a tiny tank. You could have fitted about 5 of him inside of our Churchill. But I wasn't wrong, was I? Yeah, I think... I can't remember if it was on YouTube or if it was on the TikTok, but someone mentioned that when I'd said about the thing with the... Where I'd said that the tank was like 3'2" or something. And it said about, like, going in on the short kings, and I was just like, my dude. Was I wrong, though? I think it might have been on YouTube. Maybe it was on... I'll have a look, see if I can find it. No, TikTok, someone else said most annoying vehicle to kill at that BR, which I don't understand, because if he's talking about the Churchill gun carrier, I don't really think it is, but... Gun carrier's not even that good. It's pretty rubbish. I mean, it's got a good gun, but its armor's not that great. Yeah, it must have been on YouTube, the comment. I found it quite funny when I saw it. I'll see if we can find it. Roasted my little short king, that's what he said. Yeah, I find that quite comical. If anyone's ever looking for that stuff, obviously there's a Discord link there, but !socials. I do post stuff on other platforms. You know, if anyone's ever looking to support any of the other platforms and wants to help out with YouTube and TikTok and all that stuff and spreading the good name of yours truly out there, then there you go. It's completely up to you. It's absolutely optional. But if you want to, then there it is, you know. If you want to help out and help spread the word of our momentous things that we do on stream, there you go. There's a Twitter, there's a YouTube, and there's a TikTok link. I do also have an Instagram under the same handle. You can probably find me. I need to update the command to add it on there, where I post the same clips as Reels on there. But I also probably should start posting pictures on there as well. Because, you know, I probably got some stuff I could put pictures of. Some stuff here and there. I probably should. Yeah, if anyone's ever interested in that stuff, there it is. If you want to do any extra bonus point support that doesn't involve doing things on Twitch. And, of course, is all free again. That's the main thing. YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, all of that's always free. So, there you go. If anyone wants to support that stuff, then there you go. It's there for you to grab. Or we have the Discord, which I know, I'm pretty sure pretty much everyone who wants to be in the Discord is probably in there at this point. But there's a Discord link there as well to our Discord stream. Discord server, that's the word I was looking for, where I post stream schedules and stuff in. We have a bit of a chat every now and then, and we post memes and stuff. And I don't know, has recently been posting a load of Pokemon fan art they've been doing, which is actually really cool. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that, go check it out. There's actually some really cool stuff in there. The King Gambit, I think, is my favorite. He did like a as if it was in the book in game, the like Scarlet Book or whatever, like the, you know, the version of it as a paradox type thing. It looked really cool. It's really well done. The fact that players just struggle against a Churchill is like players who think a Tiger armor is super strong if not angled. Yeah. Yeah, you see it a lot with people who just sit flat on in a Tiger. I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like, you know, I feel like I can say this because I'm one of them a lot of times. But I think if you're really... If it's not front on and from a long way away... Which, this is like one of those ones where you get into dangerous territory saying what I'm about to say. Not because of what I'm going to say, but because you can manufacture any scenario for any vehicle to make it hard to kill, right? You can make any vehicle hard to kill. Like, you could say, well, if something was doing 70 kilometers an hour, it'd be hard to kill as well as a light tank. Because landing a shot on it's hard. Whatever. But unless you're fighting a gun carrier at equal tier, and it's, like, properly hiding behind a ridge, you know, it's, like, really, like, using its armor properly, realistically, he's not that hard to kill. Because all you've really got to do is just drive round his side, and then shoot him in the side of the superstructure, and it's just a free kill. Like, what's he gonna do? It's not like he can turn and stop you, is it? This is our team here, by the way. We should be okay. I think if we have a Chesto Berry, that would be useful. We do. Okay, this is game over then. Chesto Berry, we're already in. We win this. This is our team right now, and it's looking, quite frankly, what's the word? Really good. So, yeah. This team looks nutty already, with Clorf and Crocolore and stuff, so we've got a really nasty team. Let's go and kill Brassius and send him to the Shadow Realm, because that's what he deserves. It's what he deserves for bullying the water types before when we did the run with them. And then Cloister happened. So we'll go and dispense justice as we should have back then. Yeah, I think the reason, though, that people struggle against the Churchill gun carrier or any vehicle like the Churchill in the first place, because keep in mind, the gun carrier, you could argue, is more dangerous. Churchill 1 has no gun. Like, the gun's shit on the Churchill 1. So, like, if you're dying to the Churchill 1, you're sitting in front of me long enough for me to kill you. That's a bad thing in itself. Like, you should have killed me by that point, probably. Unless I've tracked you or set you on fire or something. Oh, this is that windmill I was talking about earlier. We'll probably see it in the background in a minute. Unless they've smoothed it out, it'll be really clunky. Well, they've actually fixed it in the cutscene. You can see the shadow working properly. But, like, yeah, you'll see people who struggle against the Churchill 1. And I'm sorry to say this, but if you struggle against the Churchill 1, you're just not that great at the game. Like, that's just the way it is. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not saying that to, like, shit on people. That's just the way it is. Like, if there's certain things in certain games that people just struggle to beat, 9 times out of 10, it's not because it's really OP. It's just that you don't know what you're doing. That's just the way it is. You know? It's like in R6, right? If anyone's a Siege player, you'll get people out there that will still, right now, insta-ban Jackal in games of Ranked. Now, Jackal has been nerfed a number of times, and he is nowhere near as good as he used to be back in the day. Quite frankly, he's a waste of a ban. And if you can't outplay a Jackal after he's been out since year 2, and we're in year 9 of Siege now, 7 years later since his release, and you cannot outplay a Jackal in the current state that he's in, I don't know what to tell you. You're just bad at the game. Because Jackal's not even good anymore. He's rubbish. He's a waste of a ban. No, some people you can't outplay. You can't outplay Dokkaebi, really, or anyone like that. But, like, if you're talking about Jackal or someone like that, and you can't outplay them, or Demos, ain't that hard. Any the one who captures drones, he's the one who scans footprints, and then it pings you. He scans footprints, and then it pings your location to Jackal and the rest of the enemy team. But the thing is with him, right, is Jackal is so easy to kill, because all you need is one small bit of bait, and they will just chase the kill on you and do some ridiculous stuff. There's a strat I've started doing recently on one of the maps on Clubhouse. It's not specifically for fighting against Jackals, but it's for other things. Where I basically set up a frost mat under one specific window that no one checks, and then I'll deliberately make a load of noise so that people know I'm there. Look how easy that gym was as well, by the way. We just 4-shotted the whole gym. But I'll make a load of noise so that people know I'm there, and then I'll get on cams or something, and you'll always see it, same thing. They'll open the wall next to me, and they'll be like, this idiot Frost is sat there, free kill, jumps through the window, frost mat, bang. They get hit by the bear trap, and then I shoot them. And it's like, who's the mug now? You know? But, like, people are so... Like, Jackals will do that all the time. They're so desperate to try and get a kill. They're just like, oh, I'll kill the guy. And you just get them for free. You know? Like Jackal as well. All you got to do is figure out where Jackals come from and you'll kill him. You go, where have I been in the prep phase of the match? So he's probably come from this random spot on the map that I ran through really quickly that's on the other side. And he's thinking he's going to be sneaky and get in from there. So it's like, okay. So he knows where I am. I roughly know where he is. I'm just going to wait for him. Or you just get a teammate and he dies. He can't do anything to you. Because he swings the corner looking at you on the right and your teammate's on the left and shoots him in the back. But there's still people out there who'll be like, Jackal's too OP. Wow, no, he's too strong. Oh, he's too good. We need to ban him so he can't be used. And then you'll have like fucking Monty in the game with his shield who will just walk up completely invincible to everything. They're like, no, that's fine. Jackal, though, that's too much. But Monty walking up and punching someone in the face with his riot shield, nah, that's fine. Dumb. Yeah, the windmill was fine now. Hey, Shaylay, how you doing? Been lurking for ages, been watching anime? Hey, yo. Well, I hope you've been having fun. It's going all right. We've been very slow today with our gameplay. We've been chilling and vibing, you know, but it's been a good day. We're on our Hall of Fame now, basically, so we finished the monotype runs last stream on Thursday. We're just kind of chilling, having a fun time, you know? Nothing crazy going on. We're just having fun. It's been good. Guess I got to try R6 again. As an R6 player, okay. Here's my answer to that. As an R6 player, genuinely as an R6 player, don't. There's like, when it comes to the game right now, I wouldn't get back into Siege again now. I would wait a while because it's very much on the decline right now because of Ubisoft's bad management. And I think now is a bad time to get back into it. So I would personally wait until... It's a long way away, but I would wait until about March next year at this point. Or at least until they announce the year 10 stuff. Because as of right now, the game's going downhill in such a direction that it's looking really rough for Siege. And Ubi are just fucking up. I've ranted about it many times on stream, but it's like removal of content, but also trying to charge more prices for things. They added a membership system, but also removed a ton of content. The season when they added the membership system that they want, they also added no new content to the game. They made people pay for a season, though. Yet they added no new operators. They just reworked Recruit and re-added them to the game, which we already had anyway. And then they didn't change any of the maps. They only add one new operator every 2 seasons now instead of 2 every season for 4 seasons a year. So you used to get 8 operators a year, and now you get 2 because they consider a rework to an existing operator to be enough material to throw into a season pass that people pay for. Remember? The events are crap because they've stripped all the old cosmetics out so that you can't get any of the older ones anymore because they added the marketplace in recently so you can buy skins from other people. So they changed that and it kind of ruined the economy for old event skins. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. The game is in such a cheat, particularly on PC. I can't comment on the console game because I don't know anymore. PC, there is a ridiculous cheater epidemic, quite frankly. There's cheaters in like 1 in every 3 games, half of which don't get banned, because as we found out the other day, when a cheater is reported and suspected they're going to get banned, they just delete their account, and then nobody gets the ELO rollback from any of the games that they played. The reason being that they play with... usually when someone's cheating, it's to boost other people and make them rank up. So what they do is, because there's so much of a bunch of fucking losers, a lot of them, they will delete their account so that their little friend who paid them a bunch of money to get to champion while actually only being good enough to get into bronze 5 with his friend who cheats, they'll just delete the account of the guy who cheated so that none of them will get banned for it. So Ubi won't end up banning the guy who was cheating because his account doesn't exist anymore. And so their ELO that they got from winning games while cheating will not be rolled back and given to the people they cheated against. And therefore they get to keep their high rank while cheating their asses off or boosting with someone who is cheating. And it's just kind of stupid, you know? But the game's in a really bad state right now. And I would wait until the... I said this to Mirage the other day. I'll get to what you said in a minute, Shayla, as well. I know I'm on a bit of a rant here, but it's about Siege, so you know how I get about that. But when it comes to Siege stuff, I always kind of have the same mentality with it. And I said this to Mirage the other day. I think with Ubisoft right now, the way Year 9 has been for Siege, which quite frankly has been incredibly lacking in content, and probably in my opinion has been the worst year of Siege I think I've seen. We're only 2 seasons in, keep in mind. But right now has been the worst looking year of Siege that we've had for a very long time. It's not looking good. We have 2 more seasons left. One of them's a rework to Blackbeard, which is probably going to be worthless anyway, if it's to follow the pattern of everything else this season, or this year. And then the other one is a brand new operator that they're going to bring in later on in the year. In next season, which is in a couple of months, like, I think just over a month's time-ish. And nothing they can really do will make the game much better this year. So the only thing you can rely on right now when it comes to R6 is that their only excuse that's valid at this point for why Year 9 has been so lackluster and so poor is because Year 10 is going to be an absolute knockout, and they've been working on some crazy stuff. Now, it's Ubisoft. Do I expect that to be the case? Abso-fucking-lutely not. I suspect they're going to turn up to the year 10 reveal with even less content than they did this year and tell everybody that the game sucked last year. We've listened to your feedback. We're going to change things, and then proceed to do what they normally do, which is change fuck all. And I think basically, if their year 10 reveal for next year, which will happen in about March, isn't good enough, I think the game's dead. I think people will just quit the game. It's kind of what happened with Destiny, right? Destiny's dying because they recently revealed they aren't making another big expansion for it. They're just doing small ones. And it now means that nobody has any reason to hold on through all the crap times in game. Because when stuff was bad in Destiny, you went, well, it's okay because the next big expansion will come and it will help. It will fix the game. It will be great. Bungie will pull out some magic and it will make the game better again. But there isn't any of that anymore because there's no more expansions. So why stay? You might as well just move on and go and play another game, you know? Anyway, now that I've finished ranting about that, see, it's a topic that pisses me off because it's like Destiny I've been involved in for a long time, same with Siege. I'm playing Siege since the end of year 1. Basically, I mainly started playing it as a big time thing in year 2. Wait a minute. Vigor... You can get Vigoroth there? Wait. I never knew you could catch a Vigor... I knew you could get Slakoth, right? You can get Vigoroth there? Oh my god, that's going to be a huge game changer for when we get Slacking later on in the runs. Whichever one it is when we have access to him. But my god, are we going to get a Slacking early? That's going to be busted. I didn't think we could get him until we got to Larry. We can get him at level 20. That is scary to think about. Alright, so that's the Pokemon we're looking for here. It's Goomy. Catch our dragon type. Anyway, doing much better, been sick. Yeah, I remember everyone's been getting bloody sick, haven't they? I'm glad to hear you're doing better than my dude. That's really good news. Everyone's been getting super sick. I think, honestly, maybe a quarter to half of the people I talk to on Twitch fairly regularly, in stream here or in other places, or people I'm just friends with, have been sick recently. It's kind of crazy. Everyone's been getting sick. Oh, why? There must just be some stuff going around at the minute. I mean, that's what it's normally like, you know? It's just a bit of a thing going around right now, and people are just not doing too hot. Damn, Crocodile died. That's fine. Hackers never surprise me anymore, and those who use them to make them look good. Hacking is such a big problem in Siege, it's ridiculous. And as I say, the issue we run into a lot is we'll play against a cheater, but they'll delete their account so you don't get the elo back. So this is a genuine thing, right? I'm about to mention here. This has happened every single time this season. Except one. No. Actually, no, it hasn't even happened once. So every time we play against a cheater, right? And you can tell. There are some people you just know they're cheating. They'll track you through walls and stuff. It's very obvious. So it's not like a whole, oh, you just call everyone a cheater. And, you know, you can tell if people are a cheater. And there have been some real hardcore blatant cheaters. And you report them, and you never get elo rollback on them. Elo rollback being that if the game has determined that someone was cheating afterwards and they get subsequently banned, you will basically get the elo that you lost or won reverted for that game. So if you were on the team with the cheater, you get it rolled back, and you lose the win that you got because you were winning with a cheater. And if you lost the game, it gives you the auto win, basically, and gives you the elo back that you lost, because they say, well, you lost against a cheater, which was unfair. So you get your elo back, right? You get your RP back. Now, when it comes to Siege, not once this season, and we have played against many a blatant cheater, not once, one single time, have we been given elo back. Not once. But you sure as fuck know we've had our elo taken away many times. I would say 3 or 4 times this season, me and Mirage have had our elo taken away for games that you wouldn't have even known there was a cheater in. And I'm not just saying that as like a, you know, complaining about the system and then saying how we benefited from it as well. There are games where, like, we'll have played for a week and we'll have had no games where we had some guy who was crazy and popped off on our team. You know? The max you'll see is like 10 kills, which isn't even really that impressive for a Siege game. And then you'll find out next week that one of the people in that game got banned, and it's like, why are we always getting elo taken away, yet we never get it back in our favor? You know? Not even once this season has someone we played against who was cheating got banned. But if they're on our team, within 24 hours, they're banned and we get our elo taken. It's been faster than 24 hours once. It was less than 12 hours once. We had someone who was a blatant cheater, but there was one on each team. But you know that even though there was a cheater on each team, we were the only ones who got penalized. The other guy on the other team didn't get banned, and they were both cheating against each other. And you could see it because they would both fight each other by walking into a wall that you couldn't shoot through and shooting people across the map. That's the whole game for both of those two. They were just sprinting into a wall and killing people. Yeah, our guy got banned and theirs didn't. And it's like, bruh, tell me the system ain't rigged against us. I just need to double check. We got Toxicroak here as well. Oh, and catch another Pokemon here as well. God damn. Dude, this swamp's been really good here for catching Mons. This is great. Anyway, I'm glad you're doing better though, Shirley. I really am. Fine, I get it. You're on a roll and don't want to get sidetracked. You know me, dude. I always get sidetracked. Once I get sidetracked, I'll go on about it for hours. But no, it's just... stuff like that's just really annoying, you know? It's one of those things that I'm annoyed about because I like Siege. It's a game I've played for years. Same with Destiny. They're games that I've enjoyed playing and I've had a lot of enjoyment out of, and I want to see them succeed. But they don't. Because in the case of Bungie, they kind of shot themselves in the foot with D2 now, and I don't know where they go from here. But Ubisoft know better. They're just lazy, and they choose not to make the game better. Quite frankly. Ubisoft just don't give a shit. At least Bungie care. To some degree. Ubisoft do not give a shit. Like, they do not care at all. They're happy to just let the game die, basically, and then do what they do, where they go, oh, well, we're going to fix things, guys. We know it's been bad this year, but we're going to change all this stuff. And then, inevitably, they don't change anything. Or they try and change stuff and break the entire game. That's another Ubisoft classic right there. Let's buff this operator and inadvertently do that and literally destroy the entire sound system, making it so that the sound gets reversed in-game by making a change to the UI or something dumb like that. It's like, what is happening? But yeah. No, I'm really glad to hear you're doing better though, Shayla. I really am. It's good to hear that you're having a better of a time of it, you know? We're going to have a look for Shroomish as well. Real quick. Bungie went from being the god of Halo, and I believe they still are, but they've been rather disappointing. The system was rigged from the start. In general, if you look at the tenure of the entire franchise, Bungie doesn't have a great track record with Destiny. One thing they have done, though, with Destiny that I think is undoubtable, that people can't deny, is Bungie were able to pull off a number of miracles when it came to Destiny to keep the game alive and to revive it that, quite frankly, they probably shouldn't have been able to. There was a number of times in the Destiny franchise with Taken King when that came out the first time, the DLC, the first major DLC of Destiny 1. Age of Triumph, the final update of Destiny 1. Forsaken. Final Shape that's just come out. Witch Queen. Like, there's a few DLCs and things that Bungie put out where they pulled off a miracle when sentiment was at a low point. And you can't really deny it that, like, when they needed to, Bungie pulled off some pretty impressive stuff, you know? Like, when the chips were down, Bungie actually did some really crazy stuff. The problem is, the rest of the time, they just let everyone down a lot. That was part of the issue. And, like, Destiny's record is really patchy, because some of it is really good, but when it was bad, it was really bad. And so, like, they have it in them to do great things, they just don't a lot of the time. And some of it's constraints from other things. You'll find out later on, as which they've kind of said about before, that, like, higher-ups at Bungie have kind of throttled the company a lot, which has made a lot of the problems way worse, because they want to cut corners and save money. I mean, they've basically fired, like, half of their staff recently, which is kind of crazy. Can we get up here? I guess we can't. We have to be Orthworm to get Big Jump. Oh, hang on. We cheesed our way up. And look at that. Right on cue. Shroomish. That's the final Pokemon we needed for the day. Insane. Hunt Hunt Showdown new UI is is annoying. I was going to say horrible then. Annoying. Despite when apps get UI updates and all it does is make everything take more screen space and show less information and take more clicks. What, you mean like the Twitch ones they've recently done, Shirley? I remember Yumi and Nitty had a talk about this when they first changed it the first time. And we were all complaining about how bad it was. But yeah, it's really bad. The new Twitch one is trash, and they did basically that, didn't they? They made it harder to get to the things you want. And it inadvertently made it worse. Because it's just harder to get to the things you want to get to these days. Factory reset my phone when I allowed to update to... Wait, when you're allowed to upgrade to Android 12. Interesting. So you... Oh, okay. That's actually a really good idea that you did that. You actually forcibly, like, factory reset it just to get rid of it. Effect Spore. Well, maybe it... No, it won't turn into Technician, I don't think. That's sad. Always the higher-ups who ruin games. It can be, yeah. I think the problem is with higher-ups in some games, and this doesn't go for everybody, so I'm generalizing here a little bit. But when it comes to higher-ups in some games, they're just out of touch. They're out of touch in a way that just seems, like, unfathomably stupid for someone to do the things they do. Like, isn't it Pete Parsons, I think, is the one at Bungie, I think's his name? And, like, you'll see it. The game will be falling apart, right? And he'll be talking about layoffs at the company. And then an hour later, he'll be posting about how he's just bought a new car. And it's like... Are you really that dense? That, like, you've just created turmoil in the community by telling half the dev team that's making the game they all enjoy has been fired. And a lot of the situation was kind of shady circumstances. And then you're like, yeah, you know what would be a great thing to do right now? Let's tell everybody about all the new cars that I've just bought. While also saying, yeah, I also just fired a ton of people and they all lost their jobs. But look at my new car, guys. And it's like, are you really that stupid? How the fuck are you running a company? Like, how are you able to run a couple of million, a studio that Bungie sold to Sony for like $1 billion or whatever it was. I think it was $1 billion. They bought them for $1 billion, I want to say. And a guy running it is like flexing his fucking car collection a couple of hours after laying off half of the staff. And he's like, guys, look at my cars. It's like, and you think people aren't going to be pissed off at that? What is wrong with you? Twitch mobile UI is heinous too. At least they say made some updates to it and make it less awful, but I still hate it. Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? Streams don't automatically close if you hit the back button. It would just minimize. I mean, that could be... that's an okay thing, at least. I suppose some people might get use out of that, but... Showed those cars off to the devs before laying them off? Probably. There's a lot of... When it came to Bungie, there was a lot of, like, stuff that happened with the devs that were kind of bad. I think there was something to do with apparently when they were all employed. Oh, there you go. There's the really bad frame rate on the windmill as well. I was talking about earlier for everybody. But I think when they were all employees at Bungie before they got laid off as part of the deal, they all had shares in. I think it was. I can't remember if it was shares in Bungie or shares in Sony. But it was part of the thing that as part of their employment, they would basically get like shares in the company, right? As some people do that. It's a general thing you sometimes see in employers. They'll offer shares in a company, right, as part of their like payment that they get. And then when they laid them all off, instead of allowing them to keep their shares, I think Sony basically told them that they're gonna like forcibly take them back, and that if they didn't sell them to them or resell them back to Sony or Bungie, they were just gonna take them for free and like give them the boot. And you think, like, come on now. There's some shady shit going on with some of that type of stuff. Again, probably a lot of that, I'd imagine, was to do with Pete Parsons, but I don't know. Fuck that guy. That's what I think. And whoever the head of Ubisoft is that does Siege. Fuck that guy as well. Fuck the pair of them. They're both idiots, apparently. I know it's like probably one of those things where everyone will have that opinion. I say everyone. Some people will have that opinion if I say what I'm about to say, which is I think that a games company that was actually run by people who normally play games Like, the higher up management was done by people who actually played games regularly would be significantly better than some of the current, you know, things that we see out there at the minute. And there'll always be that person that goes, wow, you don't know how hard it is to make a game. And it's like, also not talking about devs though, right? I don't ever have a problem with game devs unless they specifically do something to ruin a game. Like Ubi, you could argue that, like, they've kind of made a number of bad decisions, which may well have come from higher up, but, like, some of the stuff the devs have done that have just broken things is kind of just bad. And the amount of times that they do it is a bit inexcusable. But 99% when it comes to a game company's problem, it's all come from someone higher up who's told them to do something. It's stupid, though. Devs get too much hate, but the higher up people take none of it.
Anyway,
People like Ubi, though, and the higher-ups at Bungie that have let the stuff slide as much as it has. Unforgivable, really. They've had franchises that they could have made tons and tons and tons of money out of, but they've thrown them away by bad decisions. Neither of these saw anyone I started blasting, Shags. Well, you know what, folks? We've kind of done everything we needed to do today, strangely. I didn't think we'd have caught as many Pokemon as we had, but we've actually caught everything we were looking for today. There's actually only a few Pokemon now we don't have. The only ones we're missing for the run is Forretress, Dragonite, Volcarona, Hawlucha, Weavile, and Beartic. Of which half of those aren't really available until we beat a few more gyms. So we're actually in a really good position right now. We have a great setup right now. Wild. Ever played Saints Row? I don't think I have, you know. I'm tempted to refund those points there as well, Bruised, only because we've only got, like, you know, probably 10 minutes of stream left max. So I would feel bad taking 500 channel points for a Noxcat for him to only appear for, like, 2 minutes. You know? So I don't know, I might refund them. Or see if Shags will do it, if he's free. Rivalry, increased special. Ooh, okay. Okay. That's not as female, though, but... So when it comes to Pokemon, male Pokemon tend to be more common. So when you get Rivalry as an ability, you tend to want to get it on a male Pokemon. Just because they're more likely to run into more male Pokemon. As you can see you can't see the full description, but I'll read it because I'm cutting it off with my PNG. It says, the Pokemon's competitive spirit makes it deal more damage to the Pokemon of the same gender, but less to that of the opposite gender. Or less damage to the opposite gender. In the case of a female Pokemon, I'm going to do less damage to a male version of the same Mon. But against another female Pokemon, I'm going to do way more damage. So, arguably, you want to get it on a male Pokemon if you're going to get it on Pyroar Luxray, mainly just because there's more male Pokemon generally than female Pokemon in the game running around in trainer battles and stuff. And so you'd more likely want a male Rivalry Pokemon than a female one. If you were going to get a female one with Rivalry like we've got here, you'd probably rather get a different ability because it's probably not going to be as good. It's going to be detrimental in some cases. Hydration Goodra instead of Sap Sipper. I actually don't mind that. Increased special defense, making it even more bulky. That's actually quite useful. Yeah, that's not bad either. Increased attack shell armor on Tootle is quite nice. If it had Strong Jaw, that would have been cool, but we'll take that. Oh. Oh, Toxicroak with boosted attack. Oh boy. Okay. Thank you, Shags. Yeah, we're cooking with that one. We've got some nasty mons here. What was this guy again? He's minus special, increase special. With Effect Spore. So, Breloom isn't affected by any of its stats that it's got in its thing. But, yeah. We've got some interesting mons here. I mean, Quagsire, increased defense is okay. It's probably going to get hit on the special side, but it works fine. I'm sure it'll be okay as a ground type. Litleo is going to be interesting because that's a beneficial stat with its special attack. That's good. Increased special defense on Goomy to Goodra. Very good. Increased attack Tootle. That's pretty good. Increased attack Toxicroak. Oh boy, that's good. And then meh on Breloom. And then for the rest of our mons, which we'll look at again real quick because we can, we've got minus attack, increased defense. I don't hate actually on Crocolaw because Skeledirge can be kind of bulky. So actually it allows it to stay in the fight longer against physical attackers, which is good because most of its real threats are going to come from rock, water, and ground. So like it'll actually be okay there because I mean dark types and stuff like that will try and challenge us as well, but I'm not really that worried about them. So I think defense being up is actually quite good. Luxray, it's a male rivalry, which is good. But it's neutral natured rather than intimidate ability as well. So it's got no beneficial stats, but no negative stats. So it's okay. But Luxray is kind of meh. It's mid. Clorf's... Yeah, Clorf's ability is kind of okay. Not being hit by crits, that's okay. It actually breaks, I think, things like Meowscarada's move, because it can't crit us. So I assume it only does normal damage, so we can't get critted by Flower Trick. But then the stats on Clorf, quite frankly, are terrible with special attack and minus speed. Wigglytuff is actually fine, because it is tending to be a special attacker, although minus attack might not be great for us. Neutral Arcanine with Intimidate is pretty decent. We'll take that. And then we actually should probably change its moves up as well, because I expect, yeah, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz. We actually won't take that. I think we'll take some other moves instead. We'll take Play Rough in case we need it, because again, we might need that for fighting types and things. I think we'll take Flare Blitz as well as a fire type. We'll probably keep Flame Wheel, and then I might take Flare Blitz as another option, just to give us a stronger fire type move, but also one with recoil. So if we want to do a fire type attack without any recoil, we can use the Flame Wheel. But it's neutral, and then Flittle here with minus speed on his Spathra when it evolves is kind of crap. I'm not going to lie, that's actually pretty bad. But what we'll do is, we'll drop a save. We've kind of unintentionally gotten to about the same spot we would normally get to in a regular time. So in one of our regular Monotype runs, we would normally have gotten to about this point in the game. But, here we go. Let's do the save there. And let's close the game in the background. Wait, Nitty? It's late for you, Nitty. Hello, my dude. Welcome back. Oh, there we go. Oh, you're explaining what... Okay. Thank you for the 30 stream streak, first of all. I really appreciate it, my dude, as always. As you know, I always love a stream streak, and thank you so much for it. You know, I'm incredibly grateful for the stream streaks that some of you guys have built up in the stream. It's insane. And I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much for that. And guess who accidentally fell asleep and then woke up when their cat jumped on their spleen? It was me. Oh dear. Well, I hope that you're able to get back to sleep and get some good rest in, my dude, because you deserve it. Thank you for being here. And I hope you have a great rest of the night. We're about to wrap up in a minute, actually. We're gonna start raiding out in a few minutes, but yeah, thank you for being here, mate. I appreciate it. F for your spleen, yeah. F for Nitty's spleen. Okay. Yeah, we're in the Scuffed Art Lab again. Ploomfi's art on the left. You can't see my cursor, but on the left is the art from Ploomfi there. We do like the Ploomfi art quite a lot. There's a lot of good art in the lab here. There's various different types as well, as you can see. What with
Remind me to bring you along the next time I feel like brawling.
Oh no. Oh dear. Can I ask why? Hi, Oreo. I have to ask the question. Why are you spending money? Why are you giving me bit? You better have got those from somewhere else, like Twitch RPG, I swear to God. They better have come from Twitch RPG, I swear to God. Hi, how are you though? Hope you're doing good. It's nice to see you. We're just vibing for a minute before we start finding out who we're going to raid, but you've kind of stopped me on my tracks there. But thank you very much for the 200 bitties and for completing our bits goal. I appreciate it very much. Eee. The world may never know. I swear to God. They better be Twitch RPG bits. No, I don't. You wouldn't have bought bits though. I don't think. No, you would have got paid the other day though. No, you wouldn't have bought bits. I don't think. You need money for other stuff right now. I don't think you'd have been as irresponsible as me and bought bits. Ayo, and a 160. Oh my God. 160 streams in a row. I can't get over that. 160 streams, my dude. What the hell? And you're giving me bits. What happened? I don't even know. Thank you so much. You know how much I appreciate you, though. I mean, you are my best friend after all. But thank you so much. And I'm sure I will end up scolding you if I end up talking to you later on anyway. But thank you so much for the bits. And for the 160. Oh my God. Bruh. You've killed me. I'm dead. I am dead now. You've killed me with that. Dead. You guys are far too nice to me, you know that. I appreciate you very much, you know. I appreciate you all a huge amount. And thank you so much for hanging out here today. Streamer taken out, yeah. It wasn't the bot this time. I was the one who you took the shot at. I've been sniped. Thank you so much, though, Oriel. Okay, raid out now. Bye-bye. I can't believe you did that, though. You came in, gave the bits, dropped a 160 stream streak, and you're like, alright, yeah, go now. You just end stream now. Get out of here, streamer. I didn't even know what to say. I hope you've had a good day today, though. I assume you must have been lurking anyway, since you got back from work, I think, a while ago. But thank you for lurking if you have been. And I appreciate you very much, as always. And I hope that if you've done any moving today, which I'm assuming you have, because you know you've got to move within like a week. I hope you had some successful moving stuff today and managed to get some stuff done. You might even be doing it now. I don't know. You might have just got back from a moving trip and popped in to say hi or something. I don't know. But I hope that you've been successfully moving stuff today. You are dismissed, peasant. Oh my God. I'm a peasant now. Peasant. Never been called a peasant before. Damn. I'm vaguely offended. Not really. It'd be hard for you to say something that actually offended me, I think, you know. The move is on? It is. Not my news to give, but yeah, if you didn't see any of the posts in the Discord or anything, Oreo received the keys to their new place a couple of days ago, and they've started moving. So they've started the process of moving stuff across. So yeah, it's very good news. Incredibly good news. So everyone's favorite half of our duo will be back streaming again. Not too distant future. I had to get that one in there, didn't I? I had to. Everyone's favorite half of our duo, though, will be back soon. Don't you worry. I don't know where to go today. I've got to figure it out quick. Should be fully moved in by Saturday. That's the plan anyway, isn't it, for you? Hopefully that works out. And you're able to get it all moved in time. No, I'm really glad for you guys, though, that you've managed to find a new place to go. And that it worked out. Because it's been all over the place for such a long time that, you know, it's nice for you guys to have a actual place to live. You know? So, fair play. Here just in time for goodbyes? Indeed. Indeed you are. I always, you know, tend to wrap up about this time, so... Indeed you are about on time for, us to wind down. Although I don't know where I'm going is the problem. I don't know where I want to go. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's 9 minutes past midnight for me. Nine minutes past midnight. Not even supposed to be awake at this time? Go to bed, Nitty, I swear to God. I got, there's pressure on now. I've got to try and do this really quickly because I don't want you guys to be up for ages waiting for me to do the freaking raid. That's pressure right there. I don't know how to pick raids quickly, alright? You guys gotta be nice to me. Not every day I get to catch the end of the stream, is it? That is true, actually. I remember when you first started coming around, your sleep schedule, and also I finished earlier, to be fair, back then. But your sleep schedule was so bad, you used to be here all the time when we ended. Like, you always used to be here for the end of stream. And then, obviously, I changed my schedule a little bit, and you actually fixed your sleep schedule a bit, so that was good. And, yeah, it was in a better place then. Okay. I think I know what we're gonna do. Alright, I think I've decided. Stall them? Stall them? No, I couldn't do that to you guys. Got a lot of things to say. Thank you for today, though. Raid and sub-raid, you know the drill. Sub-raid won't appear, so let me copy it and repost it real quick, because Young Stream Elements here, unfortunately, does not have a subscription right now. So he's the peasant after all. Stream Elements is the peasant round here. Peasant Stream Elements. I've always said this as well. I don't really know why you can't effectively give a permanent sub to the bots that you're allowing in stream, because it's not a real person. So I've never really understood why they don't allow you to just make them permanently subbed. Because I think that would be a kind of cool feature, wouldn't it? I know maybe that's just me. I bet Twitch would lose out on a ton of revenue from it or something. That's why they wouldn't, but I don't know. It would be cool if you could just permanently have it subbed so that emotes always popped up, but what can you do, you know? That being said, chat, it's been a pleasure to have you here tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It's been a great time, and I hope you've all had an enjoyable time yourselves while you've been here, because it's been an interesting night of things. Yeah, we've had a good time. I've had a good time. I hope you guys have had a good time. And we've started to celebrate our special final run, or couple of runs for our team that made it through so many monotypes. You know, some of our best Pokemon. And a few of the goats coming up later on with Fortress and things like that. So keep an eye out for them. They're going to be there. As per usual, first thing to mention, of course, before I get into all of the stuff that I need to say thanks for, and there's quite a bit of it. All of it happened at the end of stream, actually, funnily enough. Pretty much. But thank you again for being here. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. If you want to keep up to date with all of the usual stream stuff, I don't really always do this, but there's the socials link. There's the Discord link. And if you want to do the bare minimum version of all of those to figure out all of the useful stream information, like stream schedule, all you really need to do is follow the channel. Because if you've done that, if you're new, and you want to keep up with what we're doing, you'll get a notification when I go live. So that's the best way to keep up with when and where I'm streaming. If not, Twitter's the best place because I post it up there publicly every week. So if you follow on Twitter or you're in the Discord, you'll see it. I'll ping everybody every week to tell them what the stream schedule is going to be. But usually it's 4 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. So that's for all of the new folks around, if there are any, of course. But thank you very much to everyone for being here and for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. We're going to raid someone new today. Why not? They're currently playing some Pokemon. Doing a challenge of some sort. I'm not sure what they're actually doing. It might be a Nuzlocke, I'm thinking. I want to say it might be a Nuzlocke. We're going to see. So we're going to say hi and drop some support. They've been going for... They're actually quite small, so We'll be nice. We don't want to overwhelm them, of course. So we're going to be careful. But thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Let me put the raid command in. We're going to say hi. This is when I find out they have raids disabled. Now we're good. We're good. Let's go and send them a nice little raid. Let's go and say hi to them and welcome them to the Pokemon space on Twitch. Why not? But let me say thanks for everything. The first things first today. It all happened at the end. A cheeky raid earlier on. Can I actually refresh the... Hey, look, I can play the thing again. Look at that. I can play the alert again. We had the raid. I can actually do that. That's kind of cool. The raid from Britwell earlier on in stream. Thank you very much for that as well. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I can't do it for the stream streaks, unfortunately. But I can play that one again for the 200 bits. From Oreo, Nitty with the 30 stream streak. Thank you very much, my dude, as always. I appreciate it so much. And thank you for the consistency. He's always turning up, isn't he? He's always turning up. What a legend. Thank you so much, my dude. Oreo with the 200 bitties. I'm playing it again. There you go. 600 bitties now. I've done it 3 times. That's how it works, right? And for the 160 stream streak. What is that? Thank you so much, everybody. And to Oreo as well for the bitties at the end. And Nitty for the stream streak. And Oreo for the stream streak. And everything, man. A couple of, you know, things have been a little rough recently. And you guys have been there to pick it up when I needed it. So thank you so much. We're going to have a strong week this week. We're going to have a good time. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night, okay? I'll see you all on Tuesday. I salute you all. And I hope you all have a great one for the rest of your weekends, okay? Bye, everybody. I'll see you when I see you. Have a good one.